All right. Good day, dear friends. What is up? Oh, wait, I was just going to do this too. Yo, HDB in the house. What up? Oh, you hear that? That's that's my that's just my throat sounding like some kind of liquid boiling device or something like that. How are you, friends, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls around the world? Santa Claus is coming tonight. Get yourself ready for another puzzle. We're back in business, baby. Let me check and see here. I think I'm going. Yo. Oh, yeah. What up, King Evrod? You're number one by a mile there. Yeah, set up the chat so that it like appears on the screen here so you can see it. Is it too small? I think it's a little too tiny. I can move stuff around real quick right now while we got some time. I'm gonna hit this light. And now you can talk to me too, real quick. I mean, there might be a decent little delay. Um, oh, Ev, if you could drop something in the Discord too, I forgot to do that. The one thing I can't see is how many viewers there are. It's like if there are like 5 people lurking, I won't be able to see that. But we are upgrading, man. We are steadily upgrading. There's lots more intel. You know they say knowledge is power. I don't really think that's true. In fact, with the abundance of knowledge that we have, I think it's proving the weakness of knowledge. But but uh, but there is definitely some useful knowledge, and knowledge is at least fun, at the very least. And light is better than darkness. I know that for a fact. Just as wisdom is better than foolishness, as the scripture says. Where are we? Yes, this is kind of annoying. I think I'm just gonna have to deal with it. But um, how's this looking? Can someone in the chat let me know how this is looking? You know, how's this new visual vibe? Yeah, I kind of got like old school font on here. I thought that was kind of cool. This is like a font that some guy made to kind of mirror and be a royalty free version, I guess, of the 2000 Apple computer font, which is cool. So I'm kind of trying to just use that and mimic that. And I got my puzzle here on the desk set up. Oh, shoot, I didn't get everything set up. Forgot about something. Give me 1 sec here. And then we'll get into it, yo. I'm not going to waste much more time. Yes, I'm 20 minutes late. Um, King Evrod, can you drop a couple more things in the chat so I can make sure this thing is still working? If you could do that, that would be a great benefit to me. But yeah, I'm excited to get into another puzzle. Excited to get right back into it. Get loaded again here with Jigsaw Fun, Jigsaw Joy. B-Man and the Jigsaw Puzzle Pieces. That's my band name. B and the Sawmen. Oh my gosh. I'm getting haters already. Yes, I'm 20 minutes late. I'm sorry. Now, I'm more than 20 minutes late. I'm like an hour late. But if you expect, let me check everything. Shoot. All right, good. Yeah, I know. I'm like over an hour late. It's not good. It works. Okay, good. Yes, it does work. Yep. All right. The energy in the room feels good. The energy in the just the ethereal space feels good right now here. I'm gonna tune this thing back up. I'm gonna get into it in just a moment here. I got a belly full of cheeseburger, just as an American boy should. No Coca-Cola though. No Coca-Cola. Had root beer, small root beer, a little bit of soda. It's all right. I really usually don't like to get any soda anywhere. And I'm saying soda, which makes me less of an American boy, I think. I guess the real Americans will say Coke for everything. I mean, that's how American you are. It's like our thing, our main drink is like what you say for every drink or every soft drink. But yeah, had a dang cheeseburger this afternoon. I'm really, really glad to say that I did. I've definitely been living on a bit of a thinner budget recently. So when you get yourself a cheeseburger, especially one crafted for delight, ooh, 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 that thing smacks the taste buds. It smacks the taste buds, and it smiles at you all the way down. Yeah, I know, it's pop. I know. But I like soda. Soda's just kind of old school. It's like, the soda fountains, like the old pharmaceutical or like the old pharmacy setups and stuff like that. That's what it harkens back to for me. So that's what I like. I still got my Suds hat on, like I'm SpongeBob with the Suds. I'm kind of still coming out of sickness here, but yeah, I'm really excited to be here, back with another Puzz with a Buzz PB Super Stream, ready to uh, ready to go. Can you guys read the chat? Like, anyone who's watching, is it so small that you can't read it? I mean, I can barely read it on the screen here. I don't know if anyone uh, can tune in on that. Maybe my number one fan, King Everod, or my number one, whoever the number one king of this chat, I guess. Which is a good feature because it like integrates and naturally implements some like hierarchy, and hierarchy is good for like an online community, I think, because it could be bigger. Yeah, I get that it could be bigger. It's a little blurry. Is it readable though, like at all? If it's readable at all, I think I'll just call it for today. Yeah, a little blurry. Um, yeah, a social hierarchy is a good thing for an online community. I know, like the the or one of like the unofficial slogans of 4chan, I believe it was, which I guess is like a forsaken, banish realm or shadow realm of the internet world. Maybe it's not even to be. Okay, you can kind of read it. Okay, I guess I'll let it slide then for this week, and I'll make it a little bigger, I think, next week. But yeah, 4chan, the shadow realm of the internet. I guess they used to say, lurk more, and they did that to mean like stay in our little community longer without having said anything because you need to watch more closely our system, like our hierarchical system, and the things that we say and the rules, and you need to pick it up more before you are like a contributing member of this little internet community. Which I think is good actually, because rules are good, and society is built on rules in some ways. But there are so few internet communities that have rules because it's so easy to just be a troll. Honestly, I think because you're hiding behind a screen, everyone knows that. Speaking of hiding behind screens, I'm hiding behind this tissue. Don't look at me. Just kidding. So yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should actually turn my Discord notifications off. Or at least I don't even know how to. I tried, dude. I was on here, and then and I briefly turned my notifications off. Or I mean, back on again because they were always muted, and then now they're back. All right, I think we're set. All right, I really shouldn't ado this thing. Adieu. I really shouldn't ado it any longer, I don't think. You see my puzzle that we got out here on the table? I just got it earlier at the Humane Society thrift store. I don't know that all the pieces are there, but then again, I wasn't sure last time. Actually, I should have been sure last time. Last time I got the thing straight out the box. Straight out the box, straight from the manufacturer, and I'm pretty sure it was missing a piece because I was looking back over it and I didn't see anything. Like, I couldn't find that piece, and I don't know, man. Maybe it did stick to my forearm. Did the old forearm sticker. But, I don't know. Whether they're all here or not, probably most of them are. And with most of them, you can at least get most of the fun. And maybe you'll even get more fun. Maybe it'll make some funny shape if all the pieces aren't there instead of a square. The most boring of shapes anyway. So, I'm not going to keep the Discord notifications on. So yeah, I don't know what this thing is. A little piece of trash. I'm stoked for this puzzle. It's a small box, but the puzzle itself, I was looking, is 18 and a quarter by 11 inches. So that should cover a decent little space here. I guess it's a hot dog style versus no, this is a hamburger style rather than a hot dog style puzzle and landscape. That is a companion to the horizon, Frank Lloyd Wright. And yeah, we're gonna be getting right into it. I'm gonna lose this thing because my melon is already cooking. You know, my melon is cooking. I don't know, man. Words are enough to cook my melon. I don't need more external heat to do so. So yeah, I'm gonna crack this box open. We'll get right into it. Heavenly Father, I'm just gonna say a quick prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to do this puzzle here with some friends of mine. I pray that you would glorify yourself here. Give me things to speak about which are interesting and engaging, I guess. Let your light shine in me and through me. And I love you, Father. I thank you most of all for Jesus Christ, who was given for me. And I thank you that I can sit here and do this puzzle, which I enjoy very much. Please bless us, Lord. Be with us. Guide us, all those who tune in today. Let them just enjoy this time and have a wonderful night. Have full health and blessing in you, Lord. Knowing of your love and your goodness, which is very, very good. In Christ's great and holy name. Amen. All right, I'm cracking this puppy open. What a horrible thing to say if I wasn't using any kind of metaphors. I'm going to crack this puppy open. Alrighty. Ooh, fairly small pieces. Not good for television, but it lets me know that I'm doing a big boy thing. You know, the bigger the boy doing it, the smaller the pieces, like Duplo, Lego. Then if you want to get into like model building, you know, the smaller the pieces, the more intense, and for more intense people, I believe it is. First thing I'm noticing about this puzzle, it has low variability piece differences. That's okay, because the image on the puzzle itself is like very interesting and dynamic in lots of different parts. It does kind of have like a color vibe, kind of like a fancy movie or like an artsy movie where they kind of come up with like a color vibe. This color vibe seems to sort of be like the primary colors. Like I see a lot of red, blue, and yellow, and I don't see a lot of green, orange, and purple. So I think it's kind of like like a clowny red, blue, and yellow thing. I do have the box. I'm eyeballing the box right now. I kind of get the vibe, and then I'm gonna flip the box over like this, toss it into oblivion, at least oblivion to you. To me, it's like a few feet in front of me, sitting on my bed right there. And I'm not gonna look at it again. Or if I do, which I am right now, it's not gonna reveal to me any more details about the puzzle because the face of it, which has the puzzle image on it, is down, which was by design in the subconscious part of my brain, I believe. So we're getting into this thing. I'm already seeing lots of edges, and yeah, I'm gonna crack this puppy wide open, and it'll only be barking for a little while. Pretty soon it'll be nice and quiet. We can breathe. Just kidding. That is a messed up joke. Crack this puppy open. Who would do such a thing? It's an awful, awful, awful thing to consider. Yeah, when I laugh, it sounds like a... to tell you the real truth, it sounds like somebody hitting like a vape. Not that I have ever vaped in my... I mean, I have vaped. People have handed me a vape at a party or whatever, and I've partaken like a couple times. To be completely honest, I hope that's not ruining my G rating. And I hope Barney and Mr. Rogers and, you know, Clifford and the Wonder Pets and stuff won't be mad at me. But yeah, man, I've hit a vape. What can I say? I do think vapes are like really bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure like the science says that for, you know, being bad for one's health. But aside from that, too. Oh shoot, you're right. The timer. Thank you, King Evrod. There's a reason you're number one, and that's one of the reasons is that you remind me of things. So yes, yeah. There's lots of different new features and stuff here, as you can see in the stat zone here. One thing is we have a timer, and that timer indicates total Puzz time. So if I need to take a break for something, like if I need to use the restroom, I haven't had to yet, but I guess it's a possibility considering I'm, a functioning human being. Then I'll pause it, and that'll be good because it'll keep the connections per minute intact, which I believe should be all working good. Everything should be working well. So, um, yeah, this should be awesome. It should work well. We've got connections, total connections there, which should cap out at 300, which is the number of pieces of this puzzle. We've got connections per minute, which will show roughly the number of connections that I make per minute. And then we have a total completion of the puzzle, which should reach 100% completion right at 300 pieces, which is, the whole puzzle. So, yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Shout out to my younger brother for helping me get all this set up. I think it looks really cool, and the features are good. And more than just being good and functional, I remember I was reading this thing, Joni Ives, who was like the designer at Apple, he was saying like design is not just how something looks, it's how something works. And I can tell you through going back and forth with my brother on this thing that it's designed well. At least I think it is based on this most recent iteration. We were talking about this one thing that was like kind of tripping us up, and I think it's just like simple and it should just work well. So it's a well-designed little system. It looks kind of janky right now just because I like sauced the different elements together very quickly in a mad dash to try and get ready for this stream, which of course I failed to do in perfect time. I'm still a little late, but I just chucked it together rather than be another corner here, rather than be like 5 hours late or something. Goodness, that'd be crazy. So yeah, everything should be working. What I've decided is, again, I've talked about this last week, the connections, in order to get it to reach the appropriate number of connections at the appropriate time, that is like when we actually complete the puzzle, we have to basically pick a piece and call that number one, connection number one. And then from there, every time we do a connection, we'll log it. But what I decided last week, or maybe it was sometime when I was like lying in bed in the middle of the night trying to fall asleep this week, I'm not sure, is that when I get all the pieces flipped over, I'm going to count that as connection number one. So connection one will start as soon as I, finish flipping all these pieces over, which is not the smallest task in the world. I'm excited for you guys to see all these stats and stuff that I've been working on. I mean, I gotta be the person in the world who has become the most excited about puzzle keeping stats. Like that's got to be one of invisible metrics that measure me, in which I'm number one. Which I've thought about that actually a fair amount of. I remember talking to my older brother. I have two brothers. I have a younger and an older brother. I remember one time, a long time ago, talking to my older brother about if there was like this invisible world where all of your stats, no matter what they are kept. Like every little thing. Like some guy has like that thing when you like, let's say like get a pebble like in your like jeans or something like that, and you're walking and you like jangle your leg back and forth to try and get the pebble out of your jeans. Well, some guy somewhere has been the guy who's done that more than anyone else. And so in this universe, all your stats, like every possible stat, it's like this gigantic infinite universe, are kept there. Things like that. And things like, someone is the most, like, the very most, somebody's the loudest snorer. Now that is a stat I would like to see, and I'd like to meet the guy. A lot of people like to joke about people who are loud snorers, but someone is the loudest snorer. And somebody's the 15th loudest, even in all of human history. For some reason, my brain is telling me, or like my instinct would be that people are quieter sleepers now than they used to be. My only reason for thinking that is like, it just seems like snoring is like an intense thing, and I feel like people are just getting less and less intense, at least like in the last 100 years. So my thought is that maybe the most intense snorer was like just some guy on like a homestead, maybe in like Oklahoma or something, and he just ripped, and I mean ripped into into like the lining of his throat, is what causes that. Speaking of the lining of one's throat, you might be able to hear I'm still somewhat recovering. Thank you for well wishes from the previous video. I was, quite sick last week when I was on here, but I'm doing better now. I did have the flu, turns out, so we got a little test, my roommate and I, and yeah, I had the flu, so no good. Big bummer, but it's not really that big of a bummer, to be totally honest, and part of the reason why is that I recover, and not without my trophy to show for it, which is my T-bodies and such in my bod, invisible to the naked eye. But my red blood cells and my white blood cells, well, actually, I don't really know how all that works, so I can't really make a joke even about it, but yeah, I got my T-bodies now. They're not scared of the flu no more. And I guess I'm not scared of the flu no more, at least not this year's version. Why they gotta keep coming out with new versions of the flu, man? Like, that is something that they can just stop coming up with new versions of. They got a new iPhone every year, a new Google Pixel, and a new version of the flu. And they can just stop with all that, the way I see it. Did you guys know, I was recently looking, and let me make sure I'm not missing out on any conversational threads here. I'm trying to think, there were a couple different interesting things I was talking about. One of them was, and yeah, I do see my mind maybe is still slightly behind, but I'm not going to really be mad at it for that. Especially because I had a big old hamburger, and, well, you try and burn through a whole hamburger and still come up with interesting things to say. And if you can, then, okay, fine. Then I'll, respect you. That's what it's going to take. You're going to have to burn up a hamburger and come up with interesting things to say while you do it. And the guy who's able to do that the best, somewhere, is logged in this infinite universe that I was just talking about. This looks like a top right corner. I'm going to leave that up there just to guess. And yeah, I'm kind of just bringing the edges out to the edge as I'm doing this. And I'm hoping that that's going to help me kind of speed things up here when I get ready to really get into some edge grinding. Which is the name that I guess I just came up with for grinding out the edges. And sometimes you gotta grind it out till you find it out, as I like to say. But maybe my friends wouldn't like that term. Yes, Cosinada, the old champion. What, you moved up to number 1 already? Oh my gosh, the most number of times with the flu, gosh. I mean, I guess it's somebody who, has like a very compromised immune system. And I mean, when you say infected, I guess that usually would mean like, you really only say you're infected with the flu if you show symptoms, but I guess you can be infected without showing symptoms. So I don't know. 20? 60? That would be a lot of times. Man, I wouldn't like that. Being sick is just a bummer. People say, like, I'm not scared to death. Dude, do you like being sick? Being sick is like a little taste of death. Try, like, having the whole thing all blasting on you at once. Not that you should be afraid of death. I'm just saying. It's a thing, you know, I think a lot of, yeah, a lot of people do kind of think that they're not afraid of death. They're like, yeah, when it happens, I'll just kind of just be invisible. Well, that's not how I see it, man. That is not how I see it. And, but then again, I'm not really sure about what I just said either. I remember one time I was just talking to this guy, and we were getting deep into it, like spiritual stuff. And yeah, he was kind of saying that. He's like, hey, man, when I die, it'll be all right. I just kind of be like falling asleep. You don't know that you're asleep. And that's true, but you kind of know when you're dying. I mean, people who've been dying can vouch for as much. So that's kind of how I see it. It's like, you know, death is like, it's just like a lot of that until you kind of cross on over. But of course, that's death with some life too, which kind of keeps you experiencing it. So I don't really know. It's a puzzle, of course. One of the greatest puzzles, if not the greatest, of life, I guess, is death. And fortunately, that one is harder than a 300-piece clown cardboard jigsaw puzzle. But there is an answer, and the answer's name is Yeshua. That is Jesus. And yeah, I don't know. And Jesus is the solution. just to close that thought, Jesus is the answer to every puzzle, and literally every puzzle. I mean, that is what I believe. Like, everything finds its end. All roads lead to Rome. All possible streams lead to Jesus. That's really what I believe. Like, that is insane. I mean, literally, even in the kind of way that I'm talking about right here, in this invisible universe which tracks everything, like every metric, even yes, number of times that one person gets the flu, like everything tracks back and has its meaning in Jesus. At least that's how I see it. It's absolutely insane. Here's another corner. And with all this, it looks like I'm just about all flipped over, which means I'm going to do the ceremonial stomp. Cha-ching, baby. One connection in, 0.3% complete, and we are moving right along. Oh, found one of these. Oh well, I thought that I was done. So yeah, I'm going to kind of get into things a little bit now. Now that we are officially rolling. That looks like a connection. I see that the actual connections themselves are a little loose. Then I couple that with low piece variety, and you're in for some interesting stuff. But I'm not, complaining. I'm not nervous really. We're just gonna move along with it and do what we can, and get to where we get to. And yes, you see, if you look at the little crumb, the little corner, we see that there is a tiny bit of the progress bar just beginning to fill up. Yes, it is just beginning to fill up. That little tiny red piece. And that's pretty cool. We're getting somewhere. We're making some progress. Here's this. I just happened to notice that little connection. And, yeah. A little bit more of this here. And God is good. No doubt about that. Yeah, I don't see, I see here, yeah, I don't know how, Ev, you lost your throne there, because you literally just, like, spammed the chat for me without even, like, without having anyone else here. So I don't know, Cosinata, I think it just remembers you. Like, you've got that long-term cred, whereas Evrod had just today, for a little while. So I don't know the deal there, but I don't know the algorithm really for this. Maybe it's like, I don't know. I don't know what it's crunching there. Maybe it just thinks that if it gives you the throne, that you'll, like, stay on more. It would be sad if that was the whole thing, but it could be a part of it. All right, so we're moving right along here, trying to get through some of this. I'm seeing some similar patterns. I think we got another connection there. Ooh, and we're coming up actually now on a corner, because I think this is that same texture. It's like a wooden blue texture kind of a thing. And I'm seeing this and some more red. It is tricky, like I'm saying, because yeah, I'm seeing that the spam master. Yeah, spamming probably does help. Um, yeah, like I was saying, there's so much red, blue, and yellow here in this that I think it does kind of make it different. I mean, somewhat difficult. It's like there isn't a full rainbow like the last puzzle. The last puzzle was literally like a totally easy mode puzzle. This one, maybe at the end I could give a more accurate final, uh, final assessment of the difficulty of the puzzle. But right now, this one is looking to me like if one's the easiest, 10 is the hardest. This is kind of like a 3 to a 4. That's sort of where I'm at. Um, and oh, I see we have like the Google emojis too. I think that's what those are, but I don't know which one. It's so tiny there. Cosinata that you just used. I don't know. So yeah, here we are, still moving along in the edge department, and that's good. You got to start somewhere, and it's nice to have a nice foundation, a nice boundary here to do something for you while you're trying to get it to go. I see here that there are some marbles on the edge of this piece here. You know, marbles are within like the toy vibe that I guess this puzzle is going for. And you know what I've recently realized is I just love marbles. Like marble runs, man. And I don't know, I guess that's kind of like I don't know, it's a simple childish kind of thing to be interested in, but like I just love a good marble run, man. I can't help it. It's just simple. There's like an amount of life that like is breathed into it when the marble's going on its little route, because you don't know if he's gonna go, a little to the left. Maybe he'll hang out in the vortex a little too long, and you know, have to use the restroom or something, and so then he'll move on. But I don't know, man. I just like it. It's cool. It's like you set it all up. You just give a thing a bunch of potential energy and you just let it run. It's like these Rube Goldbergs. You know about Rube Goldberg machines? I don't know who Rube is, but I know his machines. They're those like, I'm sure you've seen them if you've spent a lot of time watching internet videos. They're like those machines that are with dominoes and other household objects, and like a pencil tips over and pops a balloon that like triggers a conveyor belt or some kind that rolls a ball, which pushes a thing, which spins a thing, which knocks another thing over, and it just triggers this whole chain reaction. Marble machines and Rube Goldbergs are really not so different. I mean, really, you might even say that like a marble machine is a Rube Goldberg kind of, with only kind of one medium, I guess, or one simple means there of doing its Rube Goldbergy thing. That is the marble. And I'm going to start getting some piles going here too, because I see a lot of American flag, or what looks to be the red and white stripes of an American flag here in the midst of the big pile. So I'm going to start stacking some of those up, getting them loaded over here, see what we can do. And yeah, the Lord is good. Rocking and rolling on this fine Friday. I once told my friend, some things Jesus himself said, like, do not cast your pearls before swine. Some things you should and should not say to certain people. That's true, I think. And I've explored this topic a little bit, and I think about it quite a bit. But I've explored it a little bit in past weeks, talking a little bit about it. But I remember I was once talking to my friend, you You know it's always Sunday? Or I mean, it's always sunny on Sunday. Did you know that? It's always sunny on Sunday. Well, today it's a Friday, and it seems like more Fridays are sunny than than other days too, but maybe not as many as Sundays. I mean, every Sunday is sunny, and that's just how it works. So you can write and drop a letter in my P.O. box, but that's just the truth, man, and I'm sticking with it. You gotta stick with the truth. The truth will set you free. So if you got some truth, hang on to it. Grab it tight. I remember there was a wise man I was talking to, and he was telling us, valuable people value their valuables because they are valuable. And that one is one that you can value right there. You can lock that one in your cookie jar. And don't drop it. What do we got? Yeah, the buzz is the buzz cut. So I realize it's kind of a misnomer, I think, or like definitely something that might lead people astray. Or not necessarily astray. I mean, astray from the answer of the truth being the fact that it's just my buzz cut. But yeah, I don't know, man. I thought of that name really quick once, and I just kind of like it now. It has a nice little ring to it with the lips and stuff. Um, and yeah, Puzz with a buzz, man. It's just straightforward and quick, and I don't know, it's nice. And yes. Oh my god. Oh, my friends are in the chat here, and they're just got me cracking up. Yeah, I will have to do that. Read Lahuru7466. I will have to do that. And that is what I was thinking. That is what I was thinking. There's an inside joke that only a couple people will know. Alright, so we're still moving along here on this puzzle. Yeah, see, this is a tricky thing here, because this would appear as though it was a connection. In fact, it might be. See that? You see how it looks as though it could certainly be a connection? Right in there like that. But I don't think it is. I think it's just slightly off. Which is tough when you have that low puzzle piece of variability. Makes it tricky to really know what's going on, what the truth is. Because the puzzle doing process is like pursuing the truth. You're seeking out the truth. And the funny thing, this is actually now pretty deep. Another way that puzzles are teaching us, I think, about life. Another interesting thing is that when you find a piece of the truth, it holds forever, and no other piece will mess with it. So when you find a little piece of the truth, that is, you find any connection on a puzzle, you know that connection will hold and nothing else can mess with it, because it's true. Like, it is revealing the truth, and like everything is different. So if you have any connection, you can be sure that it'll stand. And if someone else barges in and tries to explain why it's not true, or tries to, muck it up, tear it apart, well, that person is acting like your pet dog Rufus, who shouldn't even be in there. And you're the owner, and he's the dog. So if he's licking your leg, you can tell him to shoo, and that is okay. It's within your rights. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Wow. Yeah, the zip ties here. These are, I don't know, man. Like, one thing is I like to be, in my life, I've seen glory in certain individuals who maintain their objects well. And I'm trying to be one of those individuals myself. So keeping these zip ties right there, just like that, is part of the way that I'm pursuing that. I like to just have lots of little odds and ends around. Little, if you look here, this is my little spinny thing. This was a gift to me in like a Secret Santa, I think in 3rd grade. And I've got little just like nails and screws and stuff, little like, you can see it's just that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Everyone just needs a little box of that kind of stuff, because sometimes it just comes in handy. And yeah, the zip ties are kind of along that, just help to keep things organized. It's kind of like one of those things that just sort of have proven its worth over the years, like rubber bands. Oh my gosh, one of the greatest purchases I've ever made has been a bag like this big. I guess I should probably show you. Of green produce rubber bands. You know those rubber bands you get like on a bundle of asparagus or whatever? You can buy those off of Amazon. Like the same brand. You gotta dig a little bit and figure it out. Like what's that same brand? How do I get that same quality? But once you do, yeah, they'll send you a bag and it's got that dust on there, so you know it's good. And oh gosh, the thing about to close my mind on that, or to close my loop there on that thing about the rubber bands, it has just proven like so useful to just have a bag of high quality rubber bands. I mean, you'll be amazed all the situations that you can find yourself using them. And if you just keep them neat, like even look, here's one of them right now on the zip ties. You see that? I wrapped one up around there, and they're like all over the place. I got like 2 more of these green rubber bands right here. I don't even know where the bag's gone because I used them all up somewhat recently, but yeah, they just hang around and find usefulness in all kinds of different sections. It is tough to read the chat here. I almost need like another person or like an AI agent or something to like read me the chat and just give me like the most interesting things or summarize the vibes kind of. That might be good. So, I guess taking job applications for that now. If anyone knows someone, like you got an aunt, she's looking for, a little extra something to do on a Friday at 2 p.m. ish EST. Well, you can ask her to hit me up. Yes, ask your aunt to hit me up. All the aunties. I want to talk to them. I want to talk to the aunties. First of all, my first order of business is going to be talking about Christmas gifts. Dude, hand-sewn socks. Honestly, that's actually a pretty darn good Christmas gift. I would like to receive hand-sewn socks. And I have actually received, in my life, maybe just 1 pair of hand-sewn or hand-knit socks. They're a bit big on me, and that's one of the consequences of, hand-making something for someone. But there was a lot of love in those things, and I wore them a lot. I wore them down to holes. And here's a topological question for you. Is a sock a hole anyway? A sock is basically... No, a sock's not a hole. A sock has lots of tiny holes, but the shape of it itself is not a hole. And that's a question, I think, for someone in the chat who knows more about math than me. But, yeah. Okay, we're making some decent progress. Got some decent chunks. There are interesting little things in this puzzle, which I do appreciate. And they're kind of causing me to consider various little things. Like, because this puzzle is full of, what's that word? Kimono is a Japanese word, I believe, for it. It's making my mind into a kimono space. A space where just lots of little connections are happening. And that's good sometimes. It's at least conducive for filling up the empty space with words, which is good, I guess. Yeah, the crown. Uh-oh, King Evrod back on top. Wow. What did he have to do for that? Yeah, I know that it might seem right now like the puzzle, the connections per minute, and the total connections is conducive to like a long stream. It might be a somewhat longer stream. I think longer than last week because I was like zooming it at some point last week. But um, I'm fairly confident that we'll get this one in. Let me throw out a time, and then I can be roasted, and someone can clip this if I'm way off. But I think we can get this thing done. Let's see, we started around 3. We're about, oh man, yeah, a little over halfway in, half an hour in. I think we can get this thing done in maybe like, I'm gonna shoot for 4 hours of total Puzz time. I'm gonna shoot for that, and that's gonna be a stretch for sure, and I acknowledge that fully. But I'm gonna shoot for 4 hour time, and we'll see what we can do. Yes, King Evrod, thank you, thank you. You've been crowned again and brought peace to this little chat. If you want to issue any decrees or enter into law any statutes or rulings, you just let me know. I can do my best to enact them and to abide by them myself. For I also, though I am the one streaming, I bow. Yes, I bow in subjection to your mighty throne. So, yeah, whatever you want to do, man, you just let me know. And this is a tight one, but I think that's a connection. So I'm going to mark it there. Yes, and then that looks like it's going to come around here, which is good because now we have some corner pieces activated. And yeah, it's so loose, but I am pretty darn sure that is a corner connection that we got going there. Uh-oh, decree that you end the stream. And peace. Just kidding. We can't end the stream. That, I guess, is outside your jurisdiction. Just like no king can destroy the earth, but some kings can these days, or at least it would seem that they could. I guess, no, I don't really believe that, actually. Like, I know we could throw the whole world into, like, a giant nuclear firestorm. That's true. That is not a reality that I would like to occur. But even then, I don't really think that the world would be destroyed. The earth is founded forever, as the scripture says. Yeah, it's going to continue, like, one way or another, whether there's, whether there's people in this current capacity, just how it looks, or it looks wildly different. No, a king cannot destroy the whole world. A king cannot cause creation to cease. The devil is a king of kinds, and he tries to do horrible things like that, but, he's trying to get the game to stop. He hates this thing, because he's a big loser. He lost. And, yeah, the devil is a loser. That's a fact. Alrighty, we're moving on down here. My mind is starting to get a good grip on some of the common shapes and textures and things that I'm seeing in here. One interesting thing about doing a puzzle that's been done before is you kind of, to be totally honest, you get something which should have a name. You get like a preview bump, or like, what should we call it? Preview pressure. Basically, it's this thing that when you dump out the box, because when you're putting a puzzle away, you want to put it away as fast as you can. It's not really the fun part to put the puzzle away, and so you just kind of sweep it into the box. You sweep. Often, and I didn't see that in this puzzle, which I'm actually surprised about. And I should be checking this also if I'm going to be trying to do this puzzle actually from start to finish with from 0 to 100. I didn't see any previous connections, which is impressive. It might have to do with the fact that, like, this puzzle doesn't really cling to itself very well, but still, normally you find like 1 or 2 previous connections in a puzzle like this. But even if you don't see a previous connection, like there's not a connection, I see like right here, these 2 pieces seem to go together. You might not even be able to tell in the big stack, but it's these two. Um, okay, maybe they don't, but they look close. You know, they're like of the same little region in the puzzle, from the same state, if you will, the same province, and so yeah, you get a lot of that from the previous completer, puzzle doer, uh, when you do a previously owned puzzle. So yeah, that's just something that you got to deal with, I guess, or not even really deal with, just appreciate. And really, I guess I should be like scattering the puzzle a little better at the beginning, or shaking up the box a little more. But for this one, it is what it is. I did choose this puzzle among 3 that I picked out from the Humane Society thrift shop, like I said earlier today. And I picked this one because it did look like the easiest of the 3. Well, one of them is 500 pieces that I got, and I might experiment with going that high on a future stream, possibly. That's going to take me significantly longer, though. For, yeah, like a 300-piece puzzle, like last week, I feel like I got that one done fairly quickly, and it was a pretty darn easy puzzle. I would almost call it like a 1, to be totally honest, on the scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the hardest. But this one, like I said, is maybe a 3 or a 4, and yeah, I did pick it because it looked a little easier for me. I'm still kind of coming out of the cold a little bit, so I figured I'm going to need a little more brain capacity focused on the actual talking rather than going completely dumb and doing a really hard puzzle. With this easier puzzle, I can kind of talk and puzz a little bit. So that's what I'm doing, man. Talking and puzzing, and that's all I pretty much do out here when I log on to this space, this internetological space. Internetogical. That is an official term that smart guys use. And I know that because I know some smart guys, and they said it. Just kidding. So let's see. There's a lot of red on the borders here, and similar looking red sections. I see there's this blue stuff too, and because this is like a random assortment of jumble, it's like an I Spy background, you know, with just a bunch of stuff in it. It's tough to get an orientation. It's not like I can just look at the sky colored pieces and know that that's the top. I didn't memorize the puzzle, you know, so precisely. I see a Dalmatian dog here. This would be a good I Spy puzzle. If anyone wants to do any I Spying. I Spying is a good thing. By the way, this just came to my mind here, so I'll touch on it. Last week, I did some drawings every 25 minutes, which was cool and fun. I felt like the tech wasn't really there for that, and it kind of just looked clunky. So at least for this week, I'm holding off on that. In the future, I've got some crazy ideas for ways to spice up this puzzle doing. Not that puzzle doing needs anything to spice it up. No granny. It's not that I don't like doing puzzles. Puzzles are good. But I don't know. I figure we could do a little 5-minute break every here and there, and yeah, get a little something else going too. So more in store in the puzzle box of life here on the Puzzle Doer B-Man's channel. So you can expect that. Oh, that seems to go like that. That's kind of nice. We're already getting into something here. I wonder if this then, it's like a few pieces over, and then we got like this beige stuff, and then it'll kind of loop around. That's my guess. And man, that piece variability is so small. Oops, I don't think I counted that. On these pieces, it's like you really got to look at the image close and know that that's a connection in order to make it true. So it's like, there's another one there. That is tough. Another one though. So that's good. We found a little motif. Does that go like that? See, this is gonna be tricky, dog. I think it does, because I'm seeing a little, kind of a little continuation there. I do see a little bit of swing on the puzzle screen. Sorry about that. I guess just, I don't know. Can't really help it with this current setup. Man, it'd be cool to just have like a high-tech puzzle doing setup, am I right? I was thinking, oh, that was one of the ideas that I was gonna write down. I was looking for these 3 ideas that I said on stream like 2 weeks ago. I didn't spend a lot of time looking for them, but I partially was looking for them, and that was one of them, is that I should make a table with edges that come up a little bit. I think that was one of them, to keep the pieces from falling on the ground. That would be another high-tech puzzle doing setup. How crazy would it be if somehow this channel, it's not really like a channel or whatever, like there are like intense channels out there that really do real stuff. But what if this just became all about me reviewing high-tech puzzle doing gear? Is there such a thing? No, there's not. There's simply not. But I could make it, and then I could review it, and have this kind of cyclical, plant and plantee kind of little marketing scheme going. And that would be what I call a marketing scheme. I went to school for marketing, and marketers sometimes have less than positive connotations to them. But I would call that a scheme right there. I mean, that's straight up manipulation, and that's not good. But in general, I think marketing can be used for good or evil. It's kind of just like the power to influence, and that's really a lot of what it is, I guess, is influence. And that's a lot of what business is, honestly. It's influence. That's a lot of what life is. Should I go one step further? Is influence. And we're always getting influenced. And now there's something called an influencer. And to that I say, who is just sitting around getting influenced? Because an influencer implies an influencee, kinda. So, or an influenced. Yeah, that's actually kind of a nice point. Like, if someone is an influencer, that means that your name or my name is the influenced. That would defeat the purpose. What would that defeat the... Oh, wait, are you talking... Is that a response? Oh, puzzle solving bots. Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, that that would just be interesting. Puzzle solving robots. That does kind of, yes, I guess that I'd be out of a stream, so that would stink. But other than that, like, I guess, yeah, maybe I'm like the one person in the world who then would be a viable customer for that, a puzzle doing robot, because then they could sit here and do the puzzle, and I could just talk, and then I could use my full brain, for coming up with interesting things to talk about, which the fact that I only use half of my brain for right now just leads to, half-brained ideas, I think. So it makes sense. See, here's another preview push. Got a little preview push there to put those pieces next to each other, I think. Mark that. I mean, sometimes, it's just the luck of the draw. Like, some pieces are going to wind up next to each other, which are close connections, but you do get a lot of that preview push when you buy a used puzzle like this. Especially, like, the places you go where... Well, then again, I was going to say, like, the older the people are, the more of a bump you get. It's like if you get, like, your puzzles from, the retirement home... Which who does? And why are you getting puzzles from that? Oh, okay. Good. There's an answer there. I'll read that in just a sec. But then again, another thing I was thinking is that older people, and this is another thing that I admire, it's almost like the glory that I was saying of keeping objects well. Like, older people would be more of the people to be generous, to actually consider and say, you know what, I don't want the next person doing this puzzle to have a preview push or have a, a preview freebie. That's what you could call it, a preview freebie. So they would take the time to break apart all the old connections, I feel like. So I actually take back about what I was about to say about old people, like saying that maybe they, don't have the strength or whatever to break up their puzzle pieces. I take that back because I think that their lack of strength is supplemented by their great surplus of, care and conscientiousness. And so I'm sorry, old people. I know you're not the greatest demographic in my user or my watch base here, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't have offended you. For that, I'm sorry. Sincerely am. Sincerely, Brendan. All right. Yeah, let me read this here. So I was talking to, there's a math man I know. There are hat men, and then there are math men. And a math man in the chat is going into, yes, homotopically. A sock is a homotopically equivalent to the 3-ball, or just its surface is equivalent to the 3-sphere. Okay. But that does ignore the fact that a sock is a textile. So at a more granular level, a sock is either a genus N surface for some large N, or is a knot of genus 1 depending on how it's manufactured. Okay, and maybe like the stitch, like, what do they call that? Like the thread count, The thread count of your sock influences whether it is a genus N surface or a knot of genus 1. Okay, good to know. Filing that right in important information. And now we all moved up quite a bit in this invisible universe of knowledge about the topology of socks, or about topology in general, because most people, I think, know almost nothing about it. And so we just moved up a decent little chunk there. We might even be in the top 10. Honestly, we might be in the top 10%, because I would say that most people know zero about topology. So all of us now who know something, that is that a sock is either a genus N surface or a knot of genus 1. Since you know that one fact about topology, you probably are in the top 10%. That doesn't get you a crown. You need to be top 3, like overall, but it does put you in the top 10. And top 10 is pretty good in anything, I think. Another connection there. Oh, another freebie connection. I don't know how I missed that. So, yeah. How does it feel to be top 10 now? Topology knower of all time. You can make that a username. Top 10 topology knower. That's just going to be my new YouTube username. Oh, here we are. Another little joint connection here. Boom. And we're moving on down the line. Oh, I hope I didn't get a double connection there. I don't think I did. And please forgive me for these constant coughs. I know it's annoying. And not at all pleasant to the ear. And I would up and just take them out if I could without damaging, my throat and stuff like that. All right. Looks like this is going here. We're kind of starting to zero in a little bit on this. Make like some legitimate progress. This, I don't know, it does look like an American flag, and it's got like some like woody situations going on there as well. Like, see that wooden thing? So it almost makes me kind of think like this might be like the staff of a flag, but it's so small. It's tempting. I did just look, but I didn't see anything, as I said earlier. So yeah, I don't quite know what it is we're looking at there. This though, look at that creepy smile. That is the creepy smile of a clown, I think. of which there's at least one in this puzzle. Clowns are creepy, man. Like, I'm sorry, but they just are. Is it that anyone who tries to be, why are clowns creepy? You know what it could be? Partially, it could be that clowns are actually just somewhat cringy, and cringiness is close to creepiness. Cringiness might just be low level creepiness in the same way that an itch is low level pain. That's an interesting thought. And my reason for thinking that is that, it could have been that like clowns were actually like funny, like literally funny, um, in the time that they were popular, which I guess was like quite a while ago. Um, like, I guess I don't know the years or anything, but like when clowns are first started dropping, it could have been like that kind of stuff was just funny. You don't see it every day. Now I feel like if we want slapstick, there's so much slapstick in movies and stuff, so much fake slapstick that it kind of has numbed us out to it. But it could have been like, yeah, like you don't see that very often. Like you're, I don't know, in the tribe or whatever, and you like see somebody like, I don't know, just slip on a banana peel or something. It's pretty darn funny. Oop, there we go. I don't think I made that connection before. Um, and so yeah, you see a clown like go slip on a banana peel. Okay, that's pretty darn funny. That's like what I saw, you know, in the village or whatever. But then, yeah, now we just see so much of that that over time it's just gotten old, I guess. And but I don't know, like maybe this just like white faced guy with like big shoes and everything was just kind of like funny at one point. But then as it slipped out of that, my thought is that it could be like, yeah, it's almost just like cringy. Like it's like you think that that's funny, but it's not, which is just like, it's like when someone thinks something's funny and it's not, it's just like, ugh. And then maybe if you kind of take that a little further, like what you take it far enough, it becomes like this whole thing. Like there's this thing of like clownishness. Like clown is almost like a little kingdom, similar to like I don't know, like the whole kingdom of like graffiti. That's like a whole little kingdom, like this whole like guys who do graffiti and stuff. Like it's like a whole vibe. Yeah, it's kind of like a whole vibe, and clowniness is kind of like a whole vibe too. Um, um, yeah, we need to hire a clown for a friend, and so yeah, it might just be that like it has become so like far from being funny that like it's just become its own thing and it's separate and because guys still kind of go into that and like pursue it, it's just creepy. It's like what is this weird thing? It's like uh it's just like a picture of a dead man, something that used to be very funny, and that maybe that's just creepy. Now with that though, because the thing is about any vibe or like trendy thing like this, um, it's that it seems to be cyclical and come back around, which begs this crazy question. I feel like, which is, could clowns become funny again? Like there could be an era of clowns again, and like certain people would just like rejoice if that was the case. Have you guys ever heard of it? I don't even know if I want to like mention this on the stream, but actually no, I will because I'll touch on anything, and I'm just speaking the truth. Um, these guys called juggalos. Do you know about this? I guess there are these people who really are into ICP, as they say, the insane clown posse. Um, they they're just like they would love if clowns kind of came back into style. Their whole thing is like clowns. It's like they've kind of like absorbed that whole vibe. That would be insane, man. If clowns became funny again. That's what I like that for. That would be a really interesting like start to a fictional story. Like our story takes place in the year 2027, the year that clowns started being funny again, and everyone was shocked at this. uh, I could actually kind of see that now that I think about it. Clowns could actually be funny again, if you can believe it. If you can believe, all things are possible. All things are possible for him who believes, and that's a fact. That's a connection. And a connection, once you find one, will never be broken. The only thing that the devil can do is try and flip your table. Don't let him do that. Keep going. The last thing you want to do is give up. That is what the enemy wants. So keep on going, my friends. And I know one thing. I'm going to keep on going. So if you want someone to go with, you just come to me, and we're going to get through it together, you and me. We're going to get through it together. We're going to figure this thing out together. Man, it is so true that friends make life better, is it not? I mean, it is like one of the truest things that I've seen. Like, life is certainly vanity, and things kind of come up and go, and there's like what they call, what is it? Not Euclidean. There's like this thing they call the treadmill in the human experience. Maybe it's the Euclidean treadmill or the something treadmill. It's fancy stuff. I'm talking on a lot of fancy stuff. I'm not a fancy guy, and I don't know about all this fancy stuff. But I don't know. Sometimes it's nice to use the appropriate terms. But anyway, there's this thing. Like you can't really gain in the flesh. That's just like a fact. Like whatever you think you can gain in the flesh, you just like lose it. Does that make sense? What I'm saying is like, if you gotta mark that connection. If you like even if you do cocaine like every day, of course, eventually it's not gonna feel that great. It's just gonna be like, yeah, I do cocaine every day. My body's used to it. It's nothing anymore. And so life does just have a lot of that principle in play. That like whatever good thing you get eventually becomes no big deal to you. Which sounds unfortunate. I don't know. I think it's a product of death, if you want to talk about it spiritually. But, because, you're going to die, so your body's always thinking like, well, we better get more before we die, kind of a thing, I think. But I don't know about that. Anyway, though, while it is true that there's this cyclical thing, there's vanity. That's how I perceive, like, vanity, when the scripture says, like, vanity of vanity. All is vanity. It's kind of that thing. It's like, vanity of vanity. Everything goes up and down. Everything is just like vapor, as the scripture says. Here today and gone tomorrow. But amidst all that, I guess, sounding quite dark, I will say that, yeah, what I think I've found, what I think I've seen is that friendship truly is something that beats that. It's like rock, paper, scissors, like vanity beats pride. Does that one work? It'd be hard to find like an existential. Yes, hedonic treadmill. That's what it is. Thank you. And that came from one who does know the fancy words for things. So thank you, sir. A lot about cocaine. Well, yeah, cocaine is a good like metric for things. It's like as though it would be interesting. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, cocaine. I guess I do talk about cocaine a fair amount. I think I talk the most about like cocaine, like things about men and women are like interesting to me, like things about the differences in genders, which is a touchy subject right now. But I don't know, they're just like extremes of the human condition, I guess, and like useful for like touching on things, like knowing the extreme, like somebody like freaking out on cocaine is useful for like understanding more of the nuances when things are lower, when the variables are at lower levels. What was I talking about? Friendship. I just want to make that point so clear. Friendship is something that beats the hedonic treadmill, I truly believe. Doing things with friends, and there was this like study at Harvard I remember watching a video about. Sorry, that's the less, smart way of reading, as you just have your stuff spoken to you with pretty pictures and stuff going as it goes. Anyway, there was this Harvard study. I guess it's like the longest running anthropological. Sorry for another big word, man. I'm just talking. Okay, all right. It's like the longest running anthropological study in human history, I think, honestly, or like the longest running, like that was continuous and continuously followed up or whatever. I guess it's been going for like 100 years or something. Maybe I'm mistaken about that, but it's a very long running study. And in it, I guess they talked to all these different guys from around Harvard during like I think the year 1920 or something. Um, like they interviewed like boys from the streets, like paper boys or whatever. They interviewed like students at the time going to Harvard, professors at the time. Basically, they just took. I believe maybe it was all men. I believe it was all men, or boys, males, from this certain area in Harvard, and they just asked them tons of questions. Then they continuously followed up year after year with like a dense, um, long string of questions, you know. And these questions, I guess, I don't know all of them what they were about, but some of them were about, you know, like how are you doing in terms of just like satisfaction in your life and stuff like that. I mean, are you happy? Um, and through that study and that huge amount of data, long running and over time, they were able to like I guess, grab significant amounts and kinds of data regarding like what it is that makes humans happy in the long run. And the overwhelming fact that they found, um, the overwhelming, I guess, like key variable for determining whether or not the man at the end of his life, maybe let's say after 80 years, was happy or not, was different from what almost everyone thought it would be at the beginning. Because at the beginning, they asked everyone, you know, what are your hopes and dreams? And so many of them, maybe all in some capacity, touched on the topic of money, you know, and like dreams about what they'd like their life to be about or what they'd like to have. Um, they said, like, you know, I'd like to have enough money to do this. And some of the things were adjacent to like other people. They might say, like, well, I want to have enough people to support a family, but they were still concerned about like the stuff and like if they were going to be able to acquire enough money. But then at the end, sorry, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The thing that they found that overwhelmingly was the predictor of whether or not someone was happy or not was whether or not that person had meaningful, um, uh, frequent relationships, I guess. Like whether they had a few very meaningful relationships that they like have close access to, if I'm remembering it correctly, which is pretty cool, I think. It kind of like confirms a lot of old wisdom, I think, or at least gives some more data that would prove that old wisdom to be true. I don't know if I connected that one before, but I guess I'm gonna leave it like that. And yeah, it's exciting. It's I don't know, it's interesting. There's an awesome TED talk about that study somewhere floating around out there. That's what I saw it on. But yeah, this guy, excuse me, talking about yeah the TED talk, or I mean the Harvard study. It's huge. It's so powerful. It's so good. The thing that really matters for one's happiness is relationships. Relationships are what does the thing. That's like what gets you the thing that everyone wants, which is happiness, like the raw thing, you know, that's like the raw dopamine. You want the raw dopamine, bro? You want the raw dopamine? Don't do cocaine. Do people. That's what you ought to do. You ought to do people, not cocaine. That is a t-shirt for you if you want one. Do people, not cocaine. Do people, not cocaine. And yeah, so that's pretty cool. Beat the hedonic treadmill with people, friends. You know, friends are so good. Like, I'm really glad to have friends. Um, Friends are also work, and there's definitely like a skill. There is a skill, I guess, which is a sad thing, and that's something that we many times wish was not true. Um, but there's also like a friend for everyone. And as Bob Ross says, of course, everyone needs a friend. That's true. Um, and if you want a friend, you can find one. I really do believe that too. So though there is like a skill to it, the skill isn't like, you know, having insane riz either. Um, the The skill is like learning to look into the heart of the other person. Um, and I'm seeing my friends say stuff. My friends. You all are my friends. You are my friend. You are my friend. Oh, yeah, you are my friend, man. You are my friend. There's another connection. Seems like if I get myself into a little hole, a connection will come. It's just kind of funny how that goes. Praise the Lord that it is that way. I hope you can hear me all right out there on the other side of the internetological wall, the internetological barrier, which separates us and yet binds us together. I hope you can hear me out there. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Yes. Turns out it is, or at least it gives many indications that it is. Oh, wow. Oh, very nice. House tour. I hope that goes well for you guys. And I've heard that you've been looking for a place, and I hope that goes well. A house tour. It's a fun time. It's a fun thing. Of course, there is a make or break, and that's whether or not there's a slide to get down from the second story to the first. So if it doesn't have that, walk out. Don't even mess around. Don't waste your time. Yes, the real estate agent put in a lot of time to try and find that place for you guys, but you need to be solid. If it does not have a slide that goes from the second story down to the first, drop it. Just walk away. Trust me, you'll be better off. Oh, I've suffered a lot because of that in my life. Lord, no, I shouldn't say that. All right, another connection there, and I don't say that. The Lord does not know, I don't think that, because it's not true. I'm just joking. I don't want to say that. Oh yeah, houses, expensive and all that. Yeah, they are expensive. But I mean, it is a whole house. Like, you get quite a bit there. But it is expensive, you're right. Let's see. Doing pretty good. Oh, there we are. Another nice connection. And I heard a phone buzz. I don't know if it was my own. My own phone is... Yeah, so if you didn't know, this camera right here, look at that finger. Right there. That camera is oh yeah, true. Is my phone. So yeah, so I can't use my phone. Well, not that I would want to, but I don't use my phone while I'm doing this stream. But yeah, so that's my phone. But I don't think it buzzed when it. I don't know if I can hear it when it buzzes. I'm the buzz. I'm doing the puzz. So the only thing buzzing here should be me. And yeah, I get that too. That's true. Yeah. Houses sell quick too. That's true. You got to be on it. You got to be watching. And yeah. And JP Moneybags just seems to snatch him up too when you're not even looking. So it is tough. It absolutely is. But I wish you the best in it. And do know that some people can be victorious, and some people are. So you can win. You can fight and you can win. It's just like with so many things I think about, like our odds are not good, but someone's got to win. So buy lottery tickets. Buy more of them. Just keep buying them. Just kidding. That's not what I'm saying. But it is true. Someone's got to win, and I believe it can be you. So good luck to you. Good Godspeed unto you, that you might do well in that endeavor and get the house of your dreams. I truly do hope that. I truly do. Alright, we're moving on along with this puzzle. I'm starting to see more and more connections. I do think I need to pick up the pace. I saw that my time was down to 8 hours because of someone's comment. That's good. Which I assume is like, just the CPM times the number of M's so far. But it does speed up. I remember, so right now I'm at 0.63 CPM. I remember by the end of the last one, I think I was within, I was like 1.4 CPM because you start to haul. That might not happen as much with this one. I like to say the farther you go, the quicker they come. And so that might be true this time, maybe to a lesser extent, but I still believe that it will be true. Wait a second. This is getting close. Even if this isn't a connection, I think it's almost going to be a connection. Oh, it is a connection. All right. So there's a nice little chunk there. Oh, that's an eyeball. Where did I put that? Clown smiling. Creepy, man. Just creepy stuff. I'm trying to think of something as creepy as a clown. And there's not much. Not much is as creepy as a clown. Creepy as a clown, that's almost just like an expression that just simply makes sense by itself. Like, like I'm feeling fine. What do they say about clams? Like I'm feeling happy as a clam? I don't know where that comes from, but they could also say that something is creepy as a clown. And it's kind of the same thing. See what I'm saying? Kind of makes sense there. Creepy as a clown. Happy as a clam. What else do they say? Free as a bird. Stupid as a... I think there used to be a lot more words for like stuff being stupid. Like they used to just roast people way more than they do now. But people have like countered that by also being a bit more sensitive, which I don't use that in a negative sense of the word. People just are more sensitive. Maybe that's a good thing. I actually think that it is. In fact, of course it is. Like when a society is born, I think that the people are like brute, strong warriors often. Like they're like the pioneers. They do stuff tough, like Granny. But then over time, people get more and more sensitive. Pretty soon you get like these Romans who, they like their robes and being all clean and talking all fancy. And that's fine and good. In fact, I do think it's better. It's better that people be fancy and, there's another one. I don't know how I didn't see that. It's like I'm almost not even looking. I need to be more dumb and more focused on this puzzle. I'm sorry. But I'm going to keep talking. But yeah, I do need to kind of grind in a little bit here. But yeah, being fancy is good. Being delicate and everything is good, I think. You want to be tough too, and as Boy Named Sue tells us, in this how does it go? This world is tough, and if a man's got to make it, he's got to be tough. Something like that. You do got to be tough. Did I mark that connection? I think I did there. Okay. You do got to be tough in this world. But you also got to be sensitive, man. Don't lock yourself out. Because there's a lot, too, that's only doable by being sensitive to things and watching. And that kind of goes back to friendship, like I was saying. The skill of friendship is sensitivity. Just seeing what the other person is like really caring about them. I mean, the real truth of it is just love. And you can't really have love without Jesus. So I guess what I'm saying is, what a friend we have in Jesus. Yes, if you want friends, go to Jesus. He'll give you the stuff you need to get what you want. Well, he is what you want ultimately, but if you want friends and you pray and ask for that, what a wonderful prayer, I believe, in the sight of the Lord. Lord, send me a friend. I was praying that actually a bit when I moved to this new place where I'm at. Lord, send me some friends. And I am receiving friends, actually. Now that I realize it, I really haven't thanked the Lord for that. Thank you, Father. Thank you that you have sent me friends. I was praying for friends and you sent them to me. So thank you, Father, in Jesus' mighty name. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think I need to be bolder too about stepping out to these friends and really trying to find out what they're all about. That's a big part of being a friend too, is stepping out and seeing what people are all about. Stepping out, okay? Seeing what people are all about. Stepping out. I'm seeing a big connection here. Another piece of puzzle doing that you got to be watchful for is like piece management and making sure pieces don't fall off and stuff like that, and pushing stuff around like this. I don't want to lose any of my precious connection. I'm just going to do this for now because I don't know what way this really goes. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it like that. I think it said, like 18 and a half or something like that. 18 and a quarter inches maybe. By like 13 inches. So that's more than 13 inches right there, I think. Yeah, so that's got to be the top or bottom. And my guess is it's the top because they put this dog here, which looks like he's upright, and this card would be upright. All right, so that means, you know what I'm going to do? I'm doing it. I'm scooching him all around. All around. Bring it around town. Bring it around town. Now stop. Double click twice. Stop on me. I wish I knew that whole thing. That's actually... There are some things in SpongeBob... Lord, would it be worth memorizing? I don't know. For the sake of, like, cultural awareness, like, there's certain things that are like, excellent enough, but they're not really. They're of this world. But are they? I don't know. I'm struggling with this right now. Map guy. Who's map? Oh, math guy? You mean Math Man? The arch nemesis of Hat Man? Map guy. Was I talking about map guy? I have a friend who's a map guy. He's in Colorado. Right now I'm in Michigan. Oh, there's another corner there. This... I give it slim odds because I'm looking at the lengths here of the different edge pieces there, and it's looking a little wonky. So let's see what we got. Some stuff which could connect. Am I missing some edge pieces? Like, I guess I always kind of think this, like, you almost know that you're doing it right if it looks like you're missing some edge pieces, because it always seems to, it seems. Seems like you're always missing edge pieces, because they start coming together in ways that you didn't really anticipate. And you're like, okay, eventually you start to see that, yeah, these were just the same thing, connected in different ways. That's gonna go in there, I think. Here's a nice little guy, and there's another connection. That is like a good tear between being cute and creepy. It's hard to say if you can see that. It's kind of cool, but it's also kind of creepy. Antique map guy. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I would like to make friends with that guy. An interesting fellow. Yeah, I'll actually share about that. I was recently in my hometown here. Not my hometown. My current town. My living town that I'm living in. Where I'm at. And we found this really cool spot, a friend of mine and I, that had really cool, like, very precisely framed old prints and maps and things. And it was really cool. Like, and I've never heard anyone talk about this place, despite asking so many people what are cool spots in town that I should check out since moving here. And I've never heard anyone mention this place or even mention it. But it was really, really cool. like super well framed things, and just really cool stuff in stock. Like cool old maps, um, cool like old Japanese like woodblock prints and stuff like that. You just had a good vibe going. And it was in a house too. That was one of my favorite things about it. So you went up to the house, you rang the doorbell, and the guy like, like you heard him, and he opens the door, and there he is. And then it's just you and him and the creaks of the floorboards and lots of pretty pictures. And yeah, you can look around the whole place like a little museum, and it is like a museum, and I guess they're museum quality framing jobs, which you don't think that framing can really be like a fancy thing until you check out these frames and you see a good framer. Not of the house building kind, but of the picture framing kind. And that's what he was, a good framer. No doubt about it. So that was cool. And I did appreciate that. Oops. No. So yeah, we are rocking and rolling here on this Puzz on this fine Friday, February 27th. February, it's true that it's a short month. You wouldn't actually think that you could tell that though, but you can. How the heck is that? I've heard this guy talk about how your body is geared in to work in 7-day cycles, which is kind of insane. Seeing as there doesn't seem to be anything in nature that follows that 7-day cycle, at least that's inherently very obvious to the human eyeball. But 7 days just works, man. And of course, the Lord made all creation in 7 days, and it makes sense like that. But in nature, we don't see a lot of 7-day cycles that I'm aware of. But I was watching this thing where this guy was talking about how much your nervous system even is synced up on these 7-day cycles, because we build a 7-day cycle, but they build other kinds of cycles, and your body doesn't like those, but it likes the 7-day one. And it's crazy that even a month long cycle, your body picks up on. And to have a short month like February, body's that's kind of weird. But how does it know, man? How does it feel like something? But it really does. That is one of the profound things. That is a profound thing to appreciate about life, is the feeling of February. The feeling of February being a bit shorter. This is a special time that we can only experience once a year, and not as intense every 4th year. Because, of course, you have leap day. But then that's another thing to be excited about, so I appreciate that in a different way. But yeah, that's one interesting thing about life that you can appreciate now and be grateful for today. The fact of February, the fact of February, the fact of February. February has a fact about it. And the fact is, it's short. It's not long. It's not that long. Oh. Now this is especially creepy, man. It's like a little sewn up face of a clown, looks like. Even though clowns are creepy, why is it also kind of cool or easy to joke on them? I don't know. It's easy to just rip on clowns. An easy target for sure. Alright, here's a little momentum. Thank you, Lord. Starting to see a couple other little things coming together. Another connection. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Who was the first guy to say that? Probably a drum. He was the first guy to say that. It's a stupid, stupid joke. Alright. Where are we here? So yeah, I guess maybe I kind of was a bit too harsh on this puzzle for being not very variable. It actually is somewhat variable, I have to say. Like, it's not the greatest ever. I mean, I don't want to lock in on my pieces here too much. Let's see. So I'm gonna start spreading this out now while there are openings, big old gates. Because I don't like how you always lock in your, you always lock in your pieces, you know? And that's a high level puzzle tip for you. Don't lock in your pieces on the middle. You can bring pieces in the middle and stack them up, and that's fine. But it's just, well, but you don't really want them on the outside either. Okay. Alright, I'll bring half in the middle, half on the outside, and we'll call it good. Oh, another edger. Where could this guy go? Yeah, and I was sharing last week how 2 weeks ago I learned in my 7-hour puzzle doing marathon, you gotta do the edge first, man. There's a reason why they always say that. Like, just do the edge first, man. Don't waste your time. Don't get yourself sick. Just start with the edge and keep moving. Well, that one couldn't be this one. So this one's either this one or this one. I guess it's seeming... It looks like the true background of this puzzle is like a navy blue fabric of some kind. And that's like the very background foundation where everything else sits on. But I don't know if this is like an upside down spot like that. So I got, yeah, a couple more corners here still to deal with. And I got this one too. But I think, yeah, all signs, oh, in fact, I think that actually connects, and it does. So I'm going to do like that, and I wanted to actually even test if these guys connected. So I've been looking at them like they might. And they do. Ooh, so this guy's actually quite small. Is that 13 inches? I mean, I should have known that because the pieces are so small, and it's only 300 just like the other ones. So I really should have known that. But this is a little tiny puzzle. Look at that. Little tiny puzzle in a little tiny box. Life is like a puzzle in many ways. And one other way is that they come in all different kinds of boxes. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes all the same. There's a pink one and a red one. A blue one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same. Little boxes on the hillside. I don't want to quite get into the singing phase just yet. There's a time for singing, and there's a time for just talking. We've not reached the time for singing yet. And merriment, and all good, fond, glad making. No, we are not there yet. We are still stern, strong men doing this puzzle, not because we like it, but because it hurts. Like the salty spittoon. Here's the thing. Yes, I talk about SpongeBob a lot. It's a good show. I truly believe that. Here's what's interesting. I gotta say this, man, about SpongeBob. Like, I spoke already and gave poetic appraisals of its glories and beauties in previous episodes. I'm not gonna do that here again. But it is so interesting how I've seen many TV shows in my life. Even as a kid, I watched all kinds of stuff, like Fairly Odd Parents, you know, Danny Phantom, like I watched all kinds of stuff, but nothing sticks in my head like SpongeBob SquarePants. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know if that show's like got some weird evil spirits in it or something, but for some odd reason, it just sticks in my head. Like, I can just whip out SpongeBob references like it's nothing. And a lot of people that I've talked to seem to be the same way. Like, they watched all a regular show and during COVID, and they can't remember one episode. I'm actually kind of guilty of that myself. But SpongeBob, you remember SpongeBob, and I actually do think that that is a testament to its excellence. It is variable enough and interesting enough that you remember it. And it paved the way in a lot of ways, and so maybe that's why. It just has a lot of moments that I think are like iconic. And being iconic, it's like you just found a little true piece of life. It's almost like you found a little true puzzle connection. SpongeBob's got a lot of those, and so it gives a deep vision. Were these already connected? I'm gonna have to say no. I'll mark it. Yeah, because I think I was actually looking at this one. Could this be this? It is. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky now. Alrighty. Let's keep moving here. I have to say this too. At the beginning of this stream, and I see I'm about 2 hours in. 2 hours in? Oh, wow. Okay. I gotta keep moving. Yeah, I've already kind of had little plot lines and storylines in this stream, and you know, at the beginning of it, I was feeling myself getting sucked into the gravitational vortexes of my various friends, and I don't like that, man. I don't know how to avoid it right now. In fact, I think it's a part of speaking in front of a lot of people is your connections to them. And I say that because of what a wise man I know once said to me. But it's frustrating, and I really do want to take steps to be bold, to stand out in, I guess, just where I want to stand, and not be so victim to the different gravitational vortexes. Because I have some friends, I just know some people who have such a powerful effect on me, good friends of mine, that if they were watching the stream, it would be a great difficult challenge for me to not succumb to their paradigm. To be honest, I'm just being honest. I don't really like that. Like, I want to be in control. I know the Lord Jesus didn't he didn't give himself over to anyone. He stood strong in the truth, like regardless of what others were saying or doing. And that's like a big part of actually being a truthful person is you're truthful regardless of the behavior of others. And that's how I want to be. No doubt about it. I want to be like Jesus, like my Lord Jesus Christ. And I want to be the same, I guess, at all times, and to be consistent, that's for sure. But again, as I've talked about, it is something that I'm struggling with and through how to speak to different people, because some people you need to speak differently to. Like, you don't just speak to everyone like your granny, bro. Everyone ain't your granny. And I've come to some conclusions on that in the past, and I shared some of those conclusions that I was thinking, and I'm in a decent enough place with it. Ultimately, I think some safeguards for yourself can be like just being respectful toward everyone. That's definitely a good thing. But even that looks different depending on who you're talking to, and there's different cultural expectations, so it's tricky. But we're also to beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. And there are leavens in this world that we have to beware of. And maybe that's more of what I was seeing at the beginning of the stream, was certain leavens that I have witnessed working their way into me or something like that. And it's harder to work out once you've been leavened a bit. I mean, you know, you got to either go in and pick out each individual thing or rip off a big chunk of yourself. So I really don't want to be leavened. I want to be sincere and authentic from the heart as a child. And that's what I'm going to do. So we're moving along here. I'm wondering where some of these different things are going to go, but I'm thinking I'm starting to make sense of it all. I think this... No way that... No. I'm thinking this, though, is going to go like that. And this... Oops. Oopsies. It's going to go like this. So maybe it's actually like a fair bit longer than it is tall. And then... Yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking that quite a bit. And then, yeah, I'm thinking a lot of that's going to kind of go like that. There's a fresh connection. Oh, maybe this is this. See if I can bring them up there. I think that's that. That's the little thing that's causing a break there. I think, wait a second. Am I tripping? I'm tripping, dog. Or maybe I'm not tripping, but, well, no, I'm not. I'm not tripping. Oh, snap, I'm really not. I'm really not tripping. Boom. And we'll leave that just like that. And we're moving on down the line now. Once you got your border, that makes a big difference, as you know. As you well know, you puzzle fiend, you. But we're not quite there yet. But now we do have some interesting things to work with. So I got something like that. Oh, perhaps that connects. Looks like it does. That's another little thing there. Then we got this American flag situation. And I'm glad that this puzzle won't go over this crack. This crack is like my doom, man. Well, no, it's not, but it is annoying. And I'm glad that I don't have to deal with that. I'm seeing all kinds of different little zones and things that we can explore and get into. Yeah, I'm excited now to get done with the outline. That's my next milestone that I'm excited for. And I figured, I guess I should talk about something kind of important again. Let's see. Love. Love is the most important thing. I'm pretty darn convinced of that. Partially because in my life I've had a bunch of conversations with a bunch of different kinds of people. And it seems like no matter who the person is, if you get into the nitty-gritty with them, you can say that thing and they agree. That thing is, well, love is the most important thing. To which, no matter who they are or what their experiences are, my experience has been that they pretty much always will go, yep, it sure is. Love is the most important thing. And I really do think that it is. I really do. And the Bible says that God is love. God is love. God is the most important thing. And love is the most important thing, and God is love. So you see how this goes. And so that's really nice. That's really nice and beautiful. I don't know where this last piece is. I'm just going to kind of keep moving here, and I'm pretty sure it'll just come up. And even if it doesn't, it'll just allow me to move pieces in and out. easier. So that's okay. It's all okay. I ain't tripping. I'm going to start making some piles now that we finished up with the edge roughly, or closely. But yeah, I do think there's one more piece right about there. Maybe we can find it, and hopefully, if this humane shop, Humane Society thrift store was decent and upright. No. I would just hope that they would like say something, you know, when they receive a puzzle. They would at least ask, are all the pieces here? And hopefully the person who's selling it wouldn't say yes. Hopefully they would say yes. You know what I mean? And hopefully, thirdly, my third hopeful proposition is that all the pieces actually are here. Which I guess that's the most important of the three. And really the only one that matters, if it's true. For my purposes today, though for some of my purposes in my heart, I do wish the other things are true too. That is, that the Humane Society thrift shop asked, and that the person said confidently yes, because that would mean that they also thought about it, which would mean that both of these entities are concerned with the general well-being of society. Yes, you see, it all comes back to puzzles. Puzzles are at the core of the well-being of society. It's not really true. It's not really true. But I think what I've just described there in that thought exercise of sorts is a nice litmus test, as it were. A nice assessment for more serious matters, you see. Oh, is this the globe area? And maybe that is no, maybe it's a bed. Oh, or a chair. I think it's a chair. A wooden chair, which definitely fits the vibe. What's up with these sock monkeys? Sock monkeys are definitely within the vibe of clowns. Like, they're just sort of like weird, dude. Like, they just have like this vibe that is also there. I mean, they're cool. Clowns are cool too, honestly. Like, I don't mean to rip on clowns. But I am somewhat scared of clowns. I mean, not like a lot. Like, some people are really scared of clowns. I'm not really like that. Like, I don't think I have a phobia or anything. Just kidding. But I guess that's what everyone with a phobia says about their phobia. No. I really don't. I don't really. Did I mark that one? Maybe. I'm just gonna roll with it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, sock monkeys are kind of within that realm as well. They're just sort of like a thing, man. They got their thing going. Their sock monkey vibe. And some people are into that. It's almost like Domo. Domo's got his own little vibe. It's like Hello Kitty's got her own little vibe. Even SpongeBob, I guess. And I say I guess. I guess the greater things have a less obvious vibe. It just seems more like nothing. Like, it just seems like reality. But that's how you know you're sucked into it. Because all things, I think, like that have a vibe. And I think I'm sucked into SpongeBob's vibe. Probably a little bit more than I should be. But yeah, I recently was watching SpongeBob again. Maybe that's why it's on my mind so much here. Not just because it is an excellent show. Sorry. Every single time I come on here, man, I just pour out accolades and praise upon SpongeBob. And I don't know if it's so worthy. It isn't it, you know. It is not something. Like, it's not real. It is no God. Yeah. We're rolling along on this puzzle. Having a fine afternoon. There's a connection. Potentially a preview push there. Though I've shuffled things a little bit, but I just want to keep this piece near because it's a special piece. Because it's just got this little smiler on it. See that little smiler? Come on. Little smiler. Little smiling Pete. And he's ready to go anytime I choose to call upon him. He will go to that puzzle for me. I know he will. He will be faithful. And I am kind of keeping an eye out for this other edge piece, and I would like to find it. Meanwhile, a couple of little connections. And some more of this thing, which turned out to be right there. And yeah, I was kind of marking these guys together. Here's some more sock monkey situation, or some kind of sewn critter. Maybe these are the same. They seem to be. Are they? Man, I can't imagine the day where I can do a Ravensburger puzzle on stream. Wow, that's the good stuff, man. Thing is, I don't know if they have like 200 or 300 piecers. They probably do. They do it all. Actually, today when I was at the thrift shop, the aforementioned thrift shop, I saw a 60-piece Ravensburger puzzle. I'm thinking right now, why didn't I crack that sucker open and just kind of look at it, see what it's like? And I don't know the answer to that. Well, probably because you don't really want to do that too much in stores, like crack open the merchandise, you know? So that's probably a big part of it, and I just didn't think of it. So those two things together, well, you're in for a whole lot of unboxed items if both of those factors apply to you. What am I talking about? Not much right now. Not much. So I'm seeing there's a lot of this stuff is kind of maybe pop right in there into the sock monkey sitting down, and these are his clothes. So why don't I take a little bit more of a crack at that? Maybe it'll even lead me to that edge piece. Maybe, just maybe, if we're fortunate, watchful, careful, attentive, loving. Yeah, this is why I do think like a little 5-minute break, maybe even every 25 minutes is too much. I was kind of kept feeling like I was getting pulled out of it. I wanted to just sink into the puzzle last week, but I don't know. Maybe there is a better way, and maybe that's part of it. Because yeah, my pops actually tuned in last week, and he was telling me, this is a lot of time to keep people engaged, and it's true. And I know there are a lot of streamers out there who go for a long time, and the object doesn't really seem to be to keep people engaged. It just seems to be something coherent, almost like some numbskull that you just keep in the office because you just don't hate having them around. That seems to kind of be the goal of these streams, is just to sort of be like a not super annoying presence, like just a decently sound-minded thing, enough so that you don't hate yourself letting this guy stand around in your house for like 8 hours. That kind of seems to be the goal of these things. So I'm cool with that. I mean, I can maybe live up to that prescription or description. I think possibly, but we'll see. And I mean, even if I can't, that's fine then, because I don't really need to for any reason. I got other stuff I'm doing, see. I got a whole bunch of other stuff that I'm already doing. Kid. Boy. I remember the era of boy. There was a time when people were just saying boy a lot. And, I don't know. I was in high school at that time, so I was definitely a partaker. Hey, 100 connections. Boop. Check this out. This is something I used to, like, to love to do. Sorry for that little interlude. Yeah, I think I do need some mental interludes for my own sanity as well. So these are things that I'm learning. And you have to keep learning in life, man. You have to keep learning. This, I think, is right here. Oh, maybe it's a xylophone. That ever so famous X word. You know, if you need an X for something, there's just about one. Maybe two, because X-ray. But xylophone, he is famous for his starting letter X. That's what he's known for. And we give that to him. We give that to him. We don't try to take that from him. He just hangs on to that honor. That'd be interesting to make another famous word that starts with X that's more common than a xylophone. If I was going to invent something that's like going to be a household object, I might like to start it with the letter X, just to kind of throw out another X word there. Give xylophone a run for his money on crosswords and games of letters and stuff. And yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Let's go like that. Seems to. Everyone does except for this one. Because that does not seem to go. That does. That does. Tricky, tricky puzzles, eh? I tell you what. I tell you what. Do you guys know anyone who says what or where? Is that the proper pronunciation? It's kind of like, I guess you're supposed to say, like, ow, are you doing? How are you doing? Not how, but ow, are you doing? Or something like that. But who says anything? As I've said in previous episodes, I would like it if there was more innovation in the realm of speech. I like speech innovation, to craft things up a bit, to make it more nuanced, not less, to make it fancier, not dumber. Dumb is a word that's seeming to hit hard. It used to be like dumb was nothing. You could say that, like, a teacher could say that to a kid. Like, why are you being dumb? But now that word is kind of hitting as I'm saying that. Dummy. That's carries weight. And I don't want to, call anyone a dummy. But as a joke, it's packing heat. Gotta say, it's packing heat. You can say that again. It's packing heat. Oh, this seems to be of this kind, which makes me then think, is this thing, how is this? That could be wooden chair. We could have a potential connection there, moving this guy over up into this realm. We could, I say we could. Don't get your hopes up. I see they were high. I think we're coming up on the halfway point of our 4-hour time. Right? Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's 104. Yeah, 114 minutes. So like coming up on 2 hours. Not an hour and 14 minutes. Which is good. I'm actually feeling pretty darn good then about that time. I think we can do that. I think we can get that done in 4 hours now. As long as we haul. We don't be goofy. No jokes. Nothing funny or silly or glad. No, 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 no. We are serious puzzle doers. We have a job to get done. Until those automatic puzzle doing robots are built and assembled, there's no more puzzles being done by hand, I will not be satisfied. Until every last puzzle is being done by a machine and not a man. Men have dignity. They don't deserve to be sitting around all day doing puzzles. No, they need to be out mowing lawns and, picking weeds and stuff like that. Tough guy stuff. Oh. Are you a tough guy? Are you? Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you? I tell you, sometimes I think I'm tough. And sometimes I don't. And yes, I would consider Skibbity Riz Sigma Goon 67 to be language innovation. I do. And actually, I wasn't a big fan. I was just talking to a friend of mine about this. I wasn't a big fan of that era, even when it was happening. Well, I was, to be honest. It's hard to judge it because right now it's in its cringe time to say like skibbit. See, I can't even really say that. It's cringy right now. But when it was in its prime, I was thinking that it actually was pretty darn funny. But this current era, which is kind of new, which is kind of like saying maxing and mogging a lot, is that's pretty good in my opinion. I do think that that's honestly kind of clever. There's that, and I do think that that's good. And then there's this thing right now too that I'm seeing like low-genuinely, even that's a bit cringe, I sense, which is like Today Show stuff. Like they have this bit on the Today Show I was watching because if you don't know what the Today Show is, it's just like a popular daytime television thing in the United States. It's just like pure normie, basically. And they talk about like what the kids are saying. I don't know. I guess that's fine. But that is still not seemingly as... I guess maybe the reason why a lot of the words are like inappropriate things are because it creates a boundary between like the super normies. Like the Today Show is pure normie. Like pure. It doesn't almost... Honestly, I don't think it gets any more normie than the Today Show. And so maybe the reason why like a lot of these, like a lot of like the word and innovation is by the youth, and it avoids normies by being inappropriate, like talking about just like nasty stuff or whatever. Like if you've been on Urban Dictionary in middle school or whatever, you know what I'm talking about. But we used to love to look those stupid things up. But I don't know. Maybe all this is good because it's bringing attention to it. Like the cool guy right now is a guy who's like very hip on like the fresh new sayings. It's almost like, I don't know, like, not a beatnik. Like, what's like a, I don't know, like a thumper, or like, what are these words I'm thinking of? Like, I don't know, like being in New York and like maybe it was like well, New York has had all kinds of different cultural things and interesting stuff going on, but like, I kind of see it like as kind of, yeah, whoa. Um, yeah, like being around New York, I think in like the 40s or like the 20s, even like Great Gatsby times and stuff, like there was all these like hip new sayings and interesting stuff. And again, that kind of devolved into like debauchery, which is unfortunate, I guess, but um that's the thing, man. It's like there are these life clouds that like bubble up in different places, and the trick is to capture one and to keep it going from to debauchery, because that's the fastest way to kill it. Is to just have like, let's just eat this thing. That's the fastest way to kill it, is to eat it with debauchery, bro. If people do that, man, dude, what the heck? Stop wasting the good stuff that comes to be shared. It's meant to be this blossoming thing which like keeps society interested and engaged with one another. But if the one guy who has the most access to it eats it, um, and it just takes it down to debauchery, it is just a sad thing to see it go, man. To just see it get annihilated. Anyway, let's see. What do we have here? Yeah, I could use a break. Or like a bite to eat. No, 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 I'm not gonna. After I'm just talking about debauchery and eating things, no, 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 no. We are not of those that shrink back. We are not. We will press onward. Onward. We must. We simply must. All right. Well, that was a nice little time of talking about things that I felt mattered. Um, I think it's good to talk a little bit about the good stuff, and then a little bit about silliness every here and there. Silliness. 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 And it's all good. Alright, I'm starting to see some nice patterns. I'm going to start stacking. Start stacking my patterns. Stacking like I'm learning my Latin, because Latin is a thing that I need to be stacking. There's a word thing. What if we went back to speaking Latin? Now that would be whack. Now that would be legitimately whack. Oops. Someone's honking outside. Huh. Some interesting stuff going on here, which I don't fully understand. But I see some spades. Huh. Let me keep working on this xylophone for a moment. And then maybe, just maybe, I could get into some of this, which has kind of been taunting me over here. Then there's all this red. The red I really don't want to deal with at the moment. I'm going to have to eventually, though, so maybe after I find out where this goes. Oh, I think I see some balls. Some balls, you see. Some little balls. Oh. There's kind of a rule that I've spoken about before in puzzle doing, where, like, if you think something goes, it probably does. Oops. So I'm going to count that connection. This actually was up here, though. And that was already connected, so there we go. So yeah, I'm seeing a lot of, yeah, that's kind of like a rule that I've noticed. It's like, if you think something connects, it probably does. It's like the law of geography. Everything is connected to everything else. things that are closer are more closely connected than things that are farther. I believe that is the first rule of geography, or something like that. And geography is not a big word, and I'm allowed to use that word because, does that go? Does it just by chance happen to go? I think it does. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Lord. Yeah, let's get into some of this. There was this guy, older internet, mid 2000s. Killer Keemstar was his name. I followed these things, and the affairs, and not the affairs. I mean, yes, the affairs, but not the affairs. I'm not talking infidelity. But I followed these happenings sort of in my periphery on the internet there a little bit. I saw that it was a thing, and my friends would talk about it in high school because I guess there was all this drama. Oh, the drama. The internet drama. How real is it? As Tyler the Creator said, lol, 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 lol. How is cyberbullying real? Just walk away from your computer. Or whatever. And in the same way, it's like, is internet drama real? Because you can just walk away from your computer, dude. But I guess it is a matter of reputations and egos and now, interestingly, money. So where money is involved, I guess there is some stake, some real kind of stake. Like maybe a ribeye or a T-bone or even a tomahawk steak, which I've only had once in my life that I can think of. I recently, with my roommate, we decided one day to have a meal together, and we just went and bought a steak. I mean, we're both fairly, we're not rolling in it. Okay, so we weren't trying to go crazy, but we both chipped in and bought ourselves a steak, and we looked up. Actually, no, we have this cookbook. It's like my roommate's D&D cookbook, Dungeons and Dragons. How to make all kinds of interesting Dungeons and Dragons recipes, and so we picked a recipe from there. It was just a steak, pretty much, and it taught us how to do it just right, where I believe the term is basting, where you baste the steak. Is that the right word? It's where you like spoon the butter as it's melting on top of the steak. And man, oh man, that made a tasty, tasty steak. Like, it was out of this world. Probably one of the best steaks I've had. I guess I haven't had a whole lot, or really any from very fancy places, but it was a good old steak, man. I think I've probably had bad ones. Probably ones that I've made have been bad in earlier times in my life. And this one was really good. So just know, if you're looking on the internet for a steak recipe, you want one where you gotta spoon the butter up onto the steak for like a while. Like, we were sitting there doing that for like 10 minutes. It's kind of a fun thing to do because we were just hanging out. Gave us something to work on together. Two male minds aimed at the same thing. That's a recipe for friendship. So that was cool. But yeah, it also made a tasty steak. Tasty, tasty steak. And today I had a tasty, tasty burger. As Samuel L. Jackson says in Pulp Fiction. That's where my mind's at. Alright. Another connection down. I do want to get into all this. That? No. And I should. I really should. Don't put it off. Just grind it out. Grind it out till you find it out. Because that will also give us a good anchor. Probably deeper down into like the heart of the puzzle a little more. So I see there's this curly orange stuff. Then there's the red stuff. So I don't understand what the curly orange is exactly at the moment. There's this though. Oh, are these like two hands of his? Let me get this other stuff out. And here's another little, kind of a tricky thing there. It looks like a little cup. This might be a little bowl, now that I look at it. A little cup and a little bowl. Taza. Is that a Spanish word for cup or bowl? Maybe. I was talking to a Spanish guy, or a guy, Peruvian actually, who spoke Spanish. Though a Spanish guy is a real thing. Besides being just a person who speaks Spanish. I mean, someone can be from Spain. I guess that makes them a Spaniard. You know. Anyway. This guy didn't know the word for cup. He was like, for some reason, I can't remember the word for cup in Spanish. But he was Peruvian. I mean, he spoke the language. Not in a poser kind of way. You know what I mean? So, sometimes you just forget stuff. So I definitely forget stuff fairly often. I'm beginning to get worried this piece isn't here. I think we're missing one. Possibly missing more. But hey, that'll save me a few seconds, possibly. Could even save me up to a minute. Yeah, see, my CPM is up to a minute, or 1 here. 1.00. So my CPM is up to. And yeah, I remember last week eventually got to like 1.4, but that was toward the end, for sure. Like most of the time it sat much lower than that. And that's the way it goes. Ah, there's another connection. Okay, we're still at 1.0. Starry Night type stuff. You got this textured stuff. Kind of leave that up there, clear some of this space out. I am wanting to get into this yellowy stuff, but I'm struggling with it. I'm wanting to, but I'm struggling with it. Oh, here's another eyeball. And who can help me? That's another thing, man. I sit here and I work on this puzzle. And I do it. Takes some time. But no one helps me. You know, no one in the chat says, yo, see that piece right there by your thumb? Dude, that piece goes right over there. In the top right. No, I wouldn't want that anyway. It would just clog up my melon even more. I don't need a clogged melon, man. What I need is clarity. That's true. You don't need more stuff, man. You just need clarity. Ah, here's some more of this stuff. Oh, and it's an old wooden telephone. That is like such an I Spy kind of item. Some things are, you know. Some things are like something you'd see in an I Spy story, or not really stories. Image. An I Spy image. And that thing is one of them. Like push pins. Those are I Spy items. And army men. Those are I Spy items. Let's see. Sorry, that was a deep sigh. A little too deep for this time, I think. So I apologize. Just a bit too much sigh for where I'm really at right now. Too much sigh. Oppa Gangnam Style. I remember one time I was in middle school And that was peak Psy Gangnam Style time. And and I remember the teachers came into our room for something. Maybe it was like homeroom. If you had this kind of thing in middle school, you know what I'm saying, homeroom. But uh, I remember they were like, "All right, guys, we're gonna show you a video, and there are some songs in that video which are pretty exciting." And I mean, we showed the other classrooms, and they just couldn't help themselves with getting up and dancing. Praise the Lord. And I remember thinking, like, yeah, right. What song are they gonna play that's gonna like force me to get up and dance? And then they played that video in Gangnam Style, whatever you want to say, came on, and I remember like having to hold on to my seat. Oh, to keep myself from jumping out, man. I just wanted to get up and dance. Kids just want to get up and dance. It's a beautiful thing. Can you imagine it? Can you, the sentient, serious adult that you are, imagine it? Hearing a song and just not being able to help yourself. You just want to get out of your seat and jump around. Get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Um, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's really a beautiful, beautiful thing. Oh man, I love kids, honestly. Kids are beautiful. And the Lord tells us to be like children. So I guess I'm trying to be like a kid. And I know that it's admirable to like children. I mean, those who are good with kids, it's like a beautiful, glorious thing. So yeah, it is well. It is well. So let's see here. Here's some more globe. Grilobe. Connection there. Let's just go like that. Maybe I'll see a movie today. I do like movies. Like, you know, I guess, well, movies are also a potential for great evil, it seems. So there's that, which isn't great. Like, I watched The Godfather the other day. That doesn't go. It was brilliant and very evil, I think. Potentially. Yeah. Honestly, from what I was seeing, that was my thought. It was brilliant and crafted with great excellence, and yet it was pretty darn evil. And when I say that, I mean like it kind of promoted falsehood to seem glorious very, very well with beautiful imagery and beautiful acting and everything. And I must say, I mean, I cannot lie, so I should say it is a good movie. And it truly is brilliant, as I said, but pretty evil from what I could see. But I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. So I don't even know what to do with that, you see, because it's the good and the bad. And you might say, what would you say? You, the viewer, my friend. I don't know, because there's so many perspectives on it, but I guess it is true that like you're opening yourself up to it. Maybe not as much as music, actually. Like, well, it's different. I always want to compare stuff to food. Like, yeah, like movies are like a meal, yeah, and songs are like a snack. Yeah, that's kind of says something, but not really. I don't know. Music does powerfully affect you in the moment. It's like music can punch you more. Yeah, music can punch you in the gut a lot more. Um, Movies like a slow thing. I do think I remember I was having a conversation in college with my roommate who is into or was into a lot of like kinds of media, movies and shows and games and stuff. And we kind of came to the conclusion after a lot of discussion that he was just better at being wise as he consumed things. And I do think that's like a real thing. And some people are like just more sensitive and like, um, I don't know, I guess what we sort of found, like to say the other side of it, which was me, I think that I kind of, when I like watch things, like I'm very deeply engrossed in them, and it affects me more. And so I think we kind of were like, well, then I should probably be a little more careful about not watching evil stuff. And if that sounds like a strange thing to you, well, I don't know. It's pretty straightforward, actually. Like, I want to be like a positive, good person. Like, I want joy to be my default. Um, and and so it just sort of makes sense in my head. Like, well, then I wouldn't want to watch messed up crap, dude, because it it like convinces you that that is reality, kind of. Um, and so I don't know. You don't want to do that. Does that make sense? My brain is being dumb right now, I think, but yeah, I do believe that. Like, yes, I'm a Christian, so I guess I'm trying to make the point of why Christians are like, Christians. I mean, some people are really like serious about this. Like, if you're gonna get so serious about it, just remember that like you can just not watch anything too. That's fine. Like people did that for generations. Um, and that is fine, straight up. Like you can just do that even today. It's not like it's like some crazy thing. You just don't have to watch anything. Like watching things, it is such a big part of our culture, um, which is why it's so hard not to. But yeah, um, I don't know. I guess then to make my point, like, yeah, Christians do think about and talk a lot about not wanting to like consume evil things. Yeah, because like the thing about being a Christian, man, it is like you're like a Jedi. So like we are born into this reality, but the reality, I would say that it's fragile, but really like if you go for it, nothing can touch it either. So it's this weird mysterious thing, but it is good to tend to it, to tend to the reality of the gospel, which is that the Lord saves, basically, that like the Lord is good. You have to tend to this thing. And you can see examples of people who don't. Like if you just take in everything that, like if I was just to watch and fully kind of accept as I watched every movie that came out in like the last year, like it would paint an ugly picture. And every piece of art has like the bias of its creator like cooked into it, sometimes consciously. And they can kind of make points. And so I guess what I'm saying relating this to Christianity is it is a fight. I mean, Christianity is a fight. It's like being a Jedi, like I said. And it's like the Republic is all around you trying to like creep in, and you're trying to like be like, but it could be this better way. You're trying to hold on to that in by faith. Um, and so it is true also that one should not be offended for anything. So like we should be able to watch, you know, I don't know, people getting murdered, um, and to say, yes, I see that, but God is still good. He still has a way. That's not in the plan. And a time is coming when there will be no more murder. There will be no more pain, and that's true. Um, we should be able to like see those ugly things, like kids being killed or something, and remember, yes, the Lord is good. Like life is good. The Lord created us, and love is real, and everything good and true. But it's difficult. It makes it more difficult, definitely. And I think that's a good way of putting it now that I'm saying it. Like to watch kids get killed. That's such a horrible thing, even to utter out of my lips. But like that example, I think helps to make it clear. Like, would you want to watch that? Because if you do, like, I mean, if you want to, that's maybe a whole other problem. But like, you see how that has an effect on a person, like to just witness that. I mean, there are messed up things like that in some movies. So that's kind of what it comes down to, I guess, is like trying to protect yourself from other people's visions, I guess, honestly. And every person has a vision. And what up, Be Motivated 7114? What up? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Uh, I'm just talking about movies here and Christians not watching and watching movies. Because the truth is that everyone has a vision. Everyone has a paradigm, like a worldview that they believe in. If you think you don't, you might, or my guess is that you believe in the most popular ones, one of the most popular ones, like, or the ones that the world agree with. Like if you, it's almost like if you don't think you have an accent, like you've never been around someone who does, or I don't know how to explain it. Like it's kind of like that. It actually is kind of like that. It's like an accent. Like your worldview is kind of like your accent because you can pick it up from different people and you can like learn a new one and consciously make a new one too. And if you don't think you have that accent, if you don't think you, is that, no, that doesn't even connect. Is this? Okay, I'll call that new, though I'm not sure if it was a new connection. And look at this, we're almost halfway. We're almost halfway in terms of connections, which means I think we're closer than halfway on our total, total time. But yeah, everyone has like a vision. Everyone has a paradigm, like a bubble, a reality. And yeah, and if you don't think that you have one of those, you probably like are in one of like the most basic ones that like is comfortable and easy. And the thing about those ones is they're also like secretly kind of the worst, because like it doesn't take any effort to make the paradigm. So, um, like there's a reason for that. Like it's like it's just kind of fair. Like, um, like I guess the deepest one honestly is like the worldview of science. Um, some people their whole worldview is like science. That means they only believe like what they can see. Dude, like if you do that, you will literally have like zero good things. And I almost think that it's actually like impossible to even uphold that entirely to its end. Very few people do. They'll like secretly hold on to this little thing like, isn't it cool? Oh, look at this. We found the edge. Praise the Lord. There's hope for a full, complete puzzle. Though it also is startling to my own self. How did I not see that? Like, that thing's been sitting there for a while, man. Anyway, I don't think that, like, somebody who holds the worldview of science can take it all the way. Like, no one can, dude. They'll still have this thing like, yet it is interesting how every time you do this, this seems to happen. Anything seeming to happen. Like, in science, like, you can't have, like, that seem to happen thing. It's like, well, what is the mechanism behind that? We must see it. The opposite is, like, not seeing the mechanism. Like, and you eventually can see those mechanisms, but it's a matter of faith, honestly, and that's true. And so, I guess, I don't know where I'm going with all this. Everyone has their paradigms. If you think you don't have one, that's actually probably more dangerous. Um, and the good stuff in life honestly comes from them and the reality. And I believe, like, I mean, Christians believe, like, life is coming. We're kind of like hanging on to that paradigm of the true reality that's coming. And, like, the whole world, um, as it is right now, is fading away and will fade away. Like, it's all just kind of like pointless. Well, no, it's not pointless because we can help people to know and see the reality of what's coming. And yeah, that's kind of like what the whole point of, I guess, Christianity is. That's sort of how it is. It's like the better reality, the new kingdom is coming when the king comes back, Jesus. And when he comes, yeah, he's going to bring in this awesome thing. And the tricky part right now is hanging on to that paradigm, like hanging on to that belief. And yes, it's hard, no doubt about it. It is very, very hard. In fact, it's so hard that like no one can do it without the Lord. Um, like literally, Jesus said that. He's like, with man it is impossible, but with God all things are possible. So it's literally this impossible thing to believe this thing that is like so hard to believe. And I even would admit that it's hard to believe. I mean, it is like, what? Like, this is the way that it was? Like, all people are actually bad, and it took a savior named Jesus Christ on the cross to die for us? Um, but it's true, man. It's like insane. Oh, let's see. I'd argue that empiricism for the science or the science worldview can be just as spiritual as anything else. Interesting. I'm always in awe that things just work. The sun shines and the air isn't poison. Yeah, that's interesting. That's honestly fair. Um, it is interesting, though, I guess from my perspective, like, things just work. Like, I don't know, I guess the way I see that is kind of like things just work. Like, that, saying that at all means like you're kind of saying like you summarize and you say like things just work. That's interesting. Um, but then like you point to something else when you do that. Like, things just work. Like, I'm making a new category. Things, and they work. That's interesting. And making a new category like that, from my perspective, points somewhere else rather than at the things themselves. Like, it's crazy how things always just seem to work. Like, in general, they kind of do. In general. I think, like, whenever there's that in general, I sort of see that as then saying, like, well, then it's like something that you kind of can't see. I guess I'm struggling to put it into words, but I hear you, and that's interesting. The sun shines and the air isn't poison, and that is an amazing thing. No doubt about it. That is an amazing thing. And there is so much beauty in the world. It's amazing. Alrighty. Well, unless, I guess you can share more about that too if you want. Um, Read Lahuru7466 or any thoughts on that. Yeah, because I guess I sort of see it as like, when you say like, in general, things just working, I guess what I'm getting at is I almost see that still as like, yeah, I guess what you said, like it's spiritual. Absolutely it is. Um, it's like an amazing thing. Um, and I guess I can see that perspective of, by measuring things, and presenting things to the eye more and more, you find more and more amazement. Um, like, the more you measure, the more it proves to be genuinely amazing. And you prove that to yourself more and more. Um, that's true. I guess maybe one thing that's true too is that, like, I guess Christians believe, and I'm being a Christian, believe this too, I think, or at least it's just something I'm thinking through, that more, like, even more beautiful than creation, or maybe it's like the most beautiful part of creation is like people, actually. They're also like kind of like the worst part of it, or like they do the worst things that destroy it and everything. But they're also like the most interesting and nuanced. Um, and and so um, I guess then where am I going with that? Just thinking like I guess I want like a system also that kind of like encapsulates that and speaks about like uh, and just speaks about people, I guess, because people and relationships, kind of, I guess, touching back to what I was saying earlier, are kind of like the most interesting um, side of things. Like they're the most valuable thing in life, I guess, is like relationships to one's happiness. Um, Not that that even necessarily means that something's important, one's happiness, but I think um, it is important. And let's see what he said here. Um, Why is matter stable? Yeah, why can I have mass? True. Huh. That is an interesting perspective. Reed Lahuru 7466 says the why questions cannot be answered. Science does not answer those questions, so it is only spiritual. I guess that doesn't necessarily tracks totally in my head, but I think I see the perspective and it's interesting. Um, yeah, science doesn't answer the why questions. But I think that the why questions are kind of the spiritual part, I guess. Um, that's how I see it, I guess. But that's interesting. Um, and yeah, um, things are beautiful, absolutely. Uh, and investigating them is a great pleasure and a great big part of what it is to be a person. Um, I think that actually goes there. Wow. Um, I don't know. I'm grateful to be a man. Yeah, science answers how, but not why. Yeah, that's true. Yep. For some things, I guess. um, like what can be seen. Um, so yeah. Well, I'm grateful to have gone down this rabbit hole. Um, though I wouldn't even call this a rabbit hole. Like it's almost like the hole that we were actually looking for when you found the other rabbit holes. It's almost like the thing, you know? Like a lot of wasted, pointless things. Then there are the actually important things, and I think these kinds of things are the actual important ones. There we go. And we're rolling. And I do appreciate your perspective, Reed Lahuru 7466. I really do. I always appreciate it. And I say that because this is my friend, whom I know IRL, and I do appreciate his perspective, like when we've talked other times. So, shout out to him, Reed Lahuru 7466. He's also the king, the crowning champion. So, uh, that at least by itself is worthy of a good amount of respect. He is the king after all. The king of this streaming chat. And that's pretty cool. It's pretty important. Um, Ooh, I hear someone outside who just laughed a big laugh. That's good. It was one of those laughs that almost sounded I could cry. Perhaps you heard part of it. Isn't it funny how laughter and crying kind of sounds like each other? Like, oh, is this? I know there's a scripture that says, like, there's, or like the end of, even the end of laughter is heaviness, or something like that. Oh, I think this goes like this. And maybe then this goes like this. We've got ourselves a clown, a little clown doll guy to put somewhere. To pop in there somewhere. Sorry to itch my upper lip there. Itch my upper lip. Well, itch my upper lip, why don't you? 6 strips in a bag of nuggets. I just about had it. And, oh, I see this has some of this stuff in it, which I didn't notice before, which might mean that we're almost, see this, we're just about done with all that now. Does it go in there like that? It does. Still unsure about this one, but pretty darn close on there, so that's good. Oh, I think this, I don't know. So where does the blue and the red come together? Where does the blue and the red come together? This is what we want. Genuine discussion. You'd think it would be in Congress. Oh, Congress, Congress, Congress. Not that I know about those things. I really don't. I picked up this little packet. I think it was from my local library recently. Do I have it right here? It's a little copy of the Constitution. I was shocked, to be honest, how small it is, man, with all the amendments and such. It is this little tiny packet that someone printed out. Like, it's like about like that. You know what I mean? And about like that. It's like it fits in your wallet. That's the little kind of thing that it was. Of course, it was fairly small printing, but I was shocked at just the, I don't know, man, like that thing like runs this place. And this place is a pretty big deal on some spectrums, on some scales. So I don't know. It's pretty surprising when you really get down to it. Pretty insane that so few words govern so much life, I guess, is the bottom of it. It seems like I should be able to find this piece. So I hope I'll invite you into my search for it. That's the one I'm looking for, which I think has a little corner, which has that drawy stuff on it. Oh, maybe it's, I think it's right here. Yeah, there it is. And now we're looking for some more of this kind of stuff. So now I'm sorta tentatively looking for a dark cornered piece there that has let's see. I got another point from my friend. How do you usually go about answering why questions? The questions that imply meaning or purpose. My go-to response is to say, I don't know. To answer them, I don't know. Huh. That's interesting. So then, how do you usually go about answering them? How do you go about it? Well, I guess, like, you think about, what do you know? That's a good way to think about it, I think. Yeah, you see what you do know, and you see what you could know. But yeah, I think that's a good thing to do there too, is to say, as a general disposition, one does not know until one does. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That makes sense. Old Reed Lahuru 7466. Oh, wait a second. No. This is one of those slim cases where I thought it did, but it did not. Alright. I say slim because I'm just trying to prove my rule that I mentioned earlier, which is usually if you think something goes, it actually does. Sorry to keep doing that. I want to be clean. I want to have a clean system through and through. But right now I don't. Still got some phlegmy friends hanging around. And I use the term friend lightly. Here's maybe something like this. Good. Didn't notice there's this yellow band here, which can reveal more clues. And that's how this thing goes. You find a thread and you follow it. And that's a good way to go about it, I think. Oh, does this go like this? Yes, I believe so. Almost lost that guy. Don't want to do that. We want to keep on going. All right. Okay. This red is slowly becoming less intimidating. But this blue pattern, I think, is actually a mix. Like, you see a lot of that stuff. See how even up here seems to almost want to connect down to there. Maybe it all connects in one giant part. Like there's some guy wearing a giant pair of pajamas or something. Giant pair of pajamas. Giant pair of pajamas. Giant pair of pajamas? Yes. A giant pair of pajamas. Do you say pajamas? Or are you a PJ feller? I, for one, I've fallen into both camps. Don't like to box myself in too much. I say both PJs and pajamas, and even if I'm feeling fancy, I might throw out the term pajamas. And let's call the whole thing off. You say tomatoes, I say tomatoes. You say, here's this one, I think. Thank you, Lord. And I say tomatoes, 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 potatoes, potatoes. Let's call the whole thing off. Let's call the calling off. Seeing these yellow bands. Is this entertaining content? Jammies, yes, that is the best one. Pajijs, pajams, jammies. Now jammies, that's got to be the sweetest way to put it. The sweetest. I mean truly sweetest. As in the best, like the most sweet, you know? Sweet used to have that old context of a thing in the mouth, and then it kind of turned into this looser, waterier thing, you know, sweet. Oh, cool, sweet, yeah. But saying something is sweet, it's like when John Denver says, the sweetest thing I know of is spending time with you. When he says sweet like that, he ain't talking about something just being kinda cool. He means it is sweet. It is sweet. And I like that use of sweet more. Much more. Oh yes, okay. Yeah, so my new thought, I really don't remember the puzzle very well, but I think, wait a sec, let me see about this. This is kind of a wild guess that maybe, oh, it does. I think this guy is actually like the focal point of the whole thing. So there was one connection there, but these other ones don't count. So I think I already counted them. But I think this guy right here is almost the focal point of the whole thing. Pretty sure I had that in there too. I think I already had that. I'm going to call it off. I'm going to call off the entering. Oh, no. And so yeah, there is this pattern. And I think it's going to be, yeah, this guy's like this giant guy sitting right here, just chilling out, looking all cute and stuff. But this seems to be the same. Okay. In one of the slightly slower eras of puzzle doing at the moment, that's okay. We keep on, keep on, oh, keeping on, keep on, yeah, keeping on. We gon' keep on, we gon' keeping on, keep on, keeping on, keep on. There's something there. with you. Keep on keeping on. Keep on. Keep on. Sweet, sweet on keeping on. I'll keep on with you. Keep on, keeping on. Keep on. Keep. Keep on. Keeping on. Keep on. Oh, today. Keep on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Down. Keep it on. Keep it on. Keep on. Today. Keep on keeping on. Down. Keep on. Keeping on. Down. Keep on keeping on today. I don't keep it on today. I don't keeping on. Seems like I should be able to find this piece. Oh, no? This piece I think goes over here. Because it's like, I'm looking for a kind of a whitewashed piece. But I don't know, man. I'm not gonna put a lot of hope into finding it, actually. Or a lot of power into finding it, a lot of energy, a lot of effort. Because my puzzle sense, I guess, is saying it could be a confusing or tricky piece. That's what my puzzle sense is saying. My puzzle senses are tingling. Keep on, oh yeah. Keep it on. Oh yeah, today. Keep on, keeping on. Keep on and on, keep it on. Keep on today. To keep on keeping on. So, so that one all along. Was that one? So you develop these little relationships with the pieces. You know, nothing crazy. You're not gonna get married, but you take them out a couple times. You get to know them. You handle them a little. I don't mean like that, man. And then you just put them in and forget about them. And once a piece is part of the puzzle, pretty much that individual piece ceases to matter. I know it sounds sad, but that's the way of puzzles. And ultimately, it is every piece's dream because those pieces get to become part of something so much greater than their own individual selves. And that is what it's all about. Doom 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 doo 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 doom doo 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 doom doom doo doo. Keep on keeping on. Keep it on today. kind of had two of the same piece there I was looking for. And I found the one. Uh-oh. Thank you. I think my phone is just freaking out. Huh. Keep on, keep on. Keep it on. Keep on, keep it on. And keep on. Oh wait. Huh. I don't really know why that's happening. My phone is literally just like cooking, man. It just fries up my phone, dude. Sorry, that's the forbidden zone. I gotta, come on, man. I know, sorry. Keep on, keeping on. Doom, doom, doo, doo, doo. Let me do this quick. What? Yo. Give me 1 sec. I'm doing technical troubleshooting here. Fancy guy stuff, man. And I don't want you guys to have to see my room. Because yes, I record this in my own bedroom, okay? Yes, I know it's hard to believe. It's not a Hollywood studio. but yeah, man. I'm just in my... We'll try it. We'll try HD again. And if it don't work, well, that's okay. We're almost there. Alright, let's try this again. Alrighty, that's better. Thank you for making me aware of that, Reed Lahuru7466. I appreciate that a lot. Plus, it gave me a much needed temporary break there from the puzzle. Oh, we're in the green zone though, which is good. Green zone there for the puzzle doing bar. And I do feel like I have a refreshed perspective on this thing. The sun has set a little bit more in those last couple minutes that I was adjusting that camera. And I'm feeling good now to push now through to the end. Let us push now through to the end and see what happens. Yeah, I really do kind of have a fresh perspective on things. Sounds crazy, but after just a second like that, it just gives your brain a chance to kind of cool off for a moment. Because my brain is actually water cooled. And so allowed some of that fluid to just pump through there and just cool me off. Nice and chill. Nice and settled. Maybe this kind of goes like that. And that's going to go somewhere. Maybe like that. Okay. So that was 2 connections. And we're keeping on rolling. Here's this yellow ring again. I don't know what this thing is. Looks like a tambourine. You know, my parents got me a tambourine for Christmas this year. which I greatly appreciated. And the reason is, tambourine is an excellent thing for a jam sesh. It's loud, which is good because it cuts through all the other jangling and singing and such. But it cuts through, and it keeps rhythm, and it just adds a lot, actually. Like, one person can just add a lot with a tambourine, but that person also doesn't have to be super musically experienced, I'll just say, because you're almost just clapping your hands, and it's kind of like just a way to supercharge clapping your hands. But it brings people in and helps them to feel part of everything, which they are if they got the tambourine. I mean, they're practically running the show. So that's why I'm really glad to have a tambourine now. Wanted one for some time. Now I've got one. And even though I just described it like it's simple, a tambourine actually is not just like, it's not just some stupid little instrument. A tambourine in the hands of the right guy can be beautiful. Partially saying that out of conjecture, but partially out of experience too. I mean, I do have a friend who's mean on a tambo. I've not heard him like by itself be an amazing thing, but I believe that it honestly could. If anyone could, it's this guy that I know. He knows how to rip it. And that guy is a pretty cool guy. He's getting married soon, actually. This guy that I know. That was fortunate little connection. It just happened to be sitting there, looking good. Uh-oh, my CPM dropped below 1. That is not good. I need to pick up the pace. Seems like I'd be able to find that piece too, like a yellowy, orangey. I guess it's what I call a cat dog. Yellowy, orangey cat dog. Is this it? Oh, yeah. See, but that is one of those ones that I wouldn't have imagined that it actually went there. I wouldn't have imagined. I can only imagine. Sorry, that was kind of partially sort of intentionally bad, and that is a beautiful song. I don't want to do it intentionally bad. Oh, here's a little piece of that globe I didn't even notice. Grelobe. The reason I keep saying grelobe is in reference to this ridiculously dumb video. Well, actually, it's not ridiculously dumb. In fact, it's pretty genius. And it had a great influence on at least one of my friend groups that I have in this life. It's Sam Hyde's 2070 paradigm shift that I'm referencing with the word grelobe, in which he being Sam Hyde, this fellow, made a little video about well, he went up, you see, like he was going to give a TED talk, like he was like some really real fancy man, but the truth is he was just a comedian guy, and so he starts talking about all this ridiculous crap, and it is pretty entertaining to watch it all come together, especially because it really was in front of real people at TEDx Drexel University, or Drexel, and so it is really a treat to see, and it kept getting taken down off of YouTube, I think, but it's called, Sam Hyde's 2070 Paradigm Shift. Sam Hyde's 2070 Paradigm Shift. I'm pretty sure there are versions of it right now available online. I highly recommend it, to be honest. It's clean as far as I can think of, and it's brilliant, and it's just funny. It's a good thing. Alright, so we got some good chunks forming here. I don't know what this thing is. I've been looking at it like since the beginning. Maybe it's good to like take my camera into like a close focused mode every once in a while to like give the other camera a rest. I also set it to like HD. So it's probably partially on me for it heating up just then or overheating. But I don't know, man. I'm trying to make a stream here. I want that HD qual. Don't want none of that 1080p. Well, 1080p, is that HD? I don't know. But I want that HD, baby. As much as I can get. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on, boy. Give it here. Let's see. I could do a whole episode where the only thing I say is basically that which I just said right there. Like a Minecraft villager. Hear that, how I'm doing that? I could do that for hours, I think. But I won't. Instead, I squeeze my brain for you to try to think of silly things, captivating things. But do you care? No. You sit there. You sit there and say things in the chat, or don't. And it just makes me feel good. Keep feeling good, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Keep on feeling good. Keep on having a good old time. Oh. See, there's that rule. If you think it can go, it probably can. I think I probably missed a couple pieces there. So there's this thing. I don't really know. Yeah, I think it is a tambourine. Question is where. So I see a musical instrument here in the xylophone. Let me scooch that so you can see the whole thing. And then some toys and stuff down here, including lots of marbles, which I do like. Yes, I do like marbles. It is a fascination, dare I say. You know what? Will I use the word fixation? Well, I just did use it once. It's something of a fixation of mine. Yes, fine. Okay, fine. Fine, all right. You want to be that way? Fine. Let's see. Alright, I've been looking at these pieces. I might as well just make sure they don't go. Alright, they don't. They don't. But I do wonder about this piece, though. Just kind of mix things up. I see a lot of this kind of stuff. There's something that's like this cat, which just has like a lot of these little like white lines like that. See that? Bottom leftish there. Just kind of a lot of like markings on this navy blue background. Part of, I think, being good at puzzles, not saying that I am, but I'm starting to see maybe what makes someone good at them, is like a tendency to kind of stay open. And the tendency to stay open is actually why the breaks help. because you come back with fresh perspective. A big problem with puzzle doing is you get yourself into these ruts where, like, in reality, you can actually go a lot faster, but um, but you just kind of like you get too tight in it having to be a certain way. If you can keep your brain loosey goosey, I actually would imagine that marijuana would help people a lot to do puzzles a lot faster, um, because they're trying all kinds of stuff. I guess it would if they could keep themselves focused on it. I guess marijuana plus cocaine. Okay, so that's your homework. If you want to be good at puzzles, you need to go out, mix those drugs together, try them both, try them all. No. I'm just joking. Um, but I think that state would be conducive for excellent puzzle doing. Um, and yeah, because you're spacey enough to keep things like it could be like that, or it could be like that, or it could be like that. You don't get too locked in. Um, and then at the same time, the cocaine fuels you to keep trying connections and to like keep. Oh, so my guess now, this seems to be the clown man's garb. So I'm thinking it goes in here somewhere. In fact, it might even be this little thing. I don't know. Am I gonna wager that? Yeah, let me leave it there for now. No sense in wagering it that I can see. Hmm. Okay. See what else we can do. See what else we can work with. Seeing, yeah, all this red is confusing me. It's got some marbles down here. Oh. It's an old piece I haven't worked on in a while. Quite a while. Oh, this actually goes here. Yes, it does. Okay. Is part of my slowness in doing puzzles right now too because I don't want to be wrong? You know, I want these puzzle connections that I'm doing to be correct. Like, I might be kind of like perfect boxing myself in. You know, you ever do that? Where you want it to be perfect, so you just wait too long. I do that with a lot of things, I think. In fact, I've been working on a little musical album right now, and I think I'm kind of being that way with that. I've got some good ideas there. I don't have access to the best technology to make them happen, and so um, rather than just send it, I keep delaying. But the time might be good to just send it, man. Just see, because then I don't know, man. You can always make more stuff. There we go. Praise the Lord. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect, man. It doesn't have to be perfect, man. You can just do it. It can be imperfect, and that's okay. Though there is also wisdom in, you know, not putting out just garbo, but I don't know. I tend the other direction personally. Like, I think it's garbo, my own self, but really it's just about ready to go. These things are deep, and I guess, yeah, like artists, which I guess I would call myself, yeah, an artist. Someone that's just someone who creates something, man. And I have created things, and I'm creating something right now, I guess. I think artists, yeah, tend to box themselves in in various ways like that. So those are some thoughts about that. I can only imagine. Ooh, can only imagine. Oh, aha. Eureka. Eureka. So this all goes in here like this, I guess. So that should help to kind of clarify some things, some ideas. That goes like that. Oh, and here's another little. That's already there. Yes, that does help quite a bit. It helps me to get out some of the rest of these red pieces. These old red pieces, of which there are so many. So many reds. Too many, I say. Too many reds. We want more blues and greens and yellows. I say, enough with red. Get him out of here. And give blue and green and yellow a chance. That's what I say, and who's with me? Alright, so we're at 200 minutes. That means I have 40 minutes to finish 120 connections, but I actually think we're closer than that. I think I've been missing quite a few of them, which I definitely don't put past myself, because I can be a bit slow sometimes up there in the melon. I think this might go somewhere over here, because this area has just been an enigma for me. An enigma, you see. An enigma. Now I'm looking and thinking, oh, there's one. Yeah, I'm kind of eyeballing that region. Like, maybe there's something like that. A little bit more on the cup there. Those cups. This really would be a good puzzle for an I Spy. If anyone spies anything in the chat you want to drop, go ahead. I'll see if I can spy it. I'll see if I can spy it too. If I can spy it, I spy. I spy. Eins, drei. Eins, zwei, drei. I spy, I spy. Eins, zwei, drei. Eins, zwei, drei. Don't cry. Don't cry. I spy. Eins, zwei, drei. Alright. Yep. It's official. Oh. Just when you think you're despairing, and you think all is lost, think about Coldplay and what they said. Everything's not lost. Something like that. Oh, it was a piggy this whole time. I didn't even know. Did you? Drop it in the chat. I'm gonna start saying that more. Get more chat engagement. No, I'm not. I don't really care. I mean, I do, but I also kind of don't. Can I find any more of these golden tones here? There's that. Everything's not lost. Oh, yeah. Oh, alright. Ooh, yeah. Everything's not lost. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Ooh, everything's not lost. What a good song, with a good message. Everything is not lost. Don't despair. Stay with it. Keep on going. Keep on pushing. Keep on riding it out, man. Alright, I'm becoming increasingly confident that this belongs up in here. Enough to where I want to try it. Because I don't know. I want to put it there a second. Maybe get some other connections. No, there's no way. There's just no way. What? No. That would be insane. Would be simply insane. Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's. Oh, have you seen that movie, Shark Boy and Lava Girl? I remember seeing that when I was a kid. And then one day, watching it again. I would watch it over and over again, for real. And then I remember one day, just looking at it like, this is really a corny movie. Like, I remember having that experience where I didn't think it was corny. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And then one day I looked at it and I was like, why do I like this? It's so corny. Like, it's so awkward. And then I didn't like it anymore. But I was kind of sad, if I recall correctly, because I don't know, man, I liked it. Like, it's like losing something that you like. So it hurts. It hurts to lose something you like. It hurts when your favorite show ends, doesn't it? Sometimes it can be a good thing too, because like it's a satisfying ending to see your favorite characters go off into the horizon in one way or another. I guess that's the way for Stranger Things for me. Man, I was talking to a friend. It's like I grew up watching that show, really. It took so long to finish that, like, really, I've just grown up. I guess, with the cast, I guess a lot of people did. So it's kind of cool. I guess on the ending of that, I guess part of the way you gain your traction on stuff like this is you start having takes. Well, let me have a take. One is that I wasn't a big fan of the ending of Stranger Things. It felt for me as a cop-out in a lot of strange, weird ways. And I was bummed about it, to be honest. But at the same time, they kind of, I don't know, were like, sort of, I don't know, they were kind of wise as well, though, because they didn't take a lot of chances, I felt like. And they just sort of, like, literally, there was, like, no major deaths or anything. Which, not that that's like some mark of a great show, you know, someone's got to die, but at the same time, it's like, well, yeah, we kind of knew, and then you never really did anything to us. To us, you know? I mean, yeah, you want to have something done to you, man. You want to have an experience with the show. Like, and I feel like other seasons definitely that was the case, but that final season was just like, okay, you're like putting together how it's all supposed to work together. Um, I guess it kind of did, but then like, not really. Like there were a lot of holes and like, it seemed like they were just wanting to be done with it. That's not how you want to go out. Though I realize it's tricky too. It's not an easy thing to make a show, for crying out loud. But I don't know. We're still allowed to have opinions, and mine is kind of that Stranger Things was sort of a letdown. But it was also a letdown. I mean, it let you down easy. It was like a gentle letdown. It did let you down, but at least it didn't drop you. Like it was like they were getting tired, like they were gonna drop us, and they were like, well, at least we can make it over there to that safe section. So they at least did that, and I actually appreciate that. And yeah, it is hard to make a show, I think. Um, Not that I've ever done it. But I've had lots of ideas for shows and stuff. I've got this one, I call it Codename Bonsai. It's a cartoon idea about people who live in a big tree, yes, like Avatar, but it's kind of different too. And maybe it won't even be a tree. Man, I don't know. Got lots of ideas for this weird thing. Alright, well, yeah, we're kind of seeing how things are coming together here. Still not sure where this Tambo goes. Oh, I guess it could be a sideways thing. Ooh, I should definitely check for that. Ooh, wait a second. Ooh. Or even the other way? No, because I guess I was thinking this looks like a car, which it certainly does. Where are you, Christmas? Why can't I find you? So there's this bar here. Lots of little things. We are coming down the stretch, I genuinely feel. I guess, alright, what I need to do, what I really think I need to do, is grind out all this stuff. Because I'm pretty sure it goes together. I just need to figure out where it goes. Just grind that out. Grind that out till you find that out. My Bawahi. And once you found it out, you'll be glad you did. That's what I'm expecting. Going in for the grind here. Okay. Getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. I remember I was working at this summer camp. Yeah. I won't share that one. Sorry. I know I gotta get better on doing that. And not doing that. Let's see. Let's see. beginning to think of that one in there, but no. It cannot. It shall not. Alright, I'm gonna keep grinding out. Come on, come on, come on. Just heard a beep down there on the street. I guess I'm kind of living in a, well, not really, but I mean I guess it's like a city. It has a downtown area. It's well known. I'm just giving away these little clues as to where I live so that I can be doxxed. I just want to be doxxed, man. It's my only... Is that so hard? Can a guy just get doxxed? Just kidding. I do not want to be doxxed. Though I feel it would be really easy. I'm looking. Seems like there should be a lot of white right there. Oh, gotta be careful too with this. I think that's fresh. Okay, I'm really grateful that piece went in. That gave me some big encouragement to keep grinding. Keep on grinding away. Keep on grinding away. Keep on grinding away. Could that be? Oh, no. Sorry. Sorry for even thinking of that. For even a moment. Even but a moment. Wait, how many minutes? Oh, shoot. So that means I got 25 minutes if I want to finish this thing in my 4-hour time limit, which I mentioned. Otherwise, I'm going to get clipped hard. I don't want that, man. Okay, that's good. Did that go? Oh, it did go. Somehow just... Wow, that is like insane that actually went right there. Huh. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Lord. Now we just gotta keep on moving, keep on grinding, keep on moving. Come on, 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 come on. And we'll keep moving. Because we're almost at the pick and place section. In fact, I would almost kind of say we are. You just gotta pick them, therefore. Then, guess what you gotta do with them? Can you guess? Place them. Pick them and place them. Pick them and place them. Pick them and place them. And place them. And place them. Pick them and place them. Pick them and place them. And place them. And place them. Seems like I should be able to find these little bits here, these edgy yellows. Edgy yellers. This? Really seemed like it went. But no. But no. Have you guys ever seen Clarence? That's another show that is worthy of respect. There are a few moments in Clarence that I can recall, you know, from my memory. Having seen it and all. Which, yeah, as I said earlier, really is not true of every show that you see. There are a lot of things you see that you just forget. They entertained you for a moment. Perhaps the one thing you remember about them is how good they entertained you. How good they were. Did they really get you going? If so, maybe you remember it a little more, but only enough to tell people it was good. It was good. It was good. So, it's sad, isn't it? Isn't it, my friend? Oh no. King Evrod is back. Read Lahuru 7466. You're gonna have some difficulty. You are not gonna like this. I can already tell. We got beef in the chat. It's about to get ugly. King Evrod was the first and rightful ruler of this chat. That's true. I can attest to that as well. But I don't know. In due time, others came to sap him of his leadership. But he's back. And they're not gonna like that. Over my cold dead body, Reed says. Reed Lahuru. Alright, well, the beef has been initiated. This can't end well, folks. Just can't. Well, actually it can. Just because things look sketchy during the moment does not mean that they are bound to be sketchy at all times. Could this possibly go there? Could. Okay. This one is coming together nicely, isn't it? I'm looking for this piece, thinking it should be fairly easy to find with kind of a... Oh, I wonder if this is that. It is. Nice centered look there. Oh, and then I bet, because I saw that come together. So I could have connected this some time ago. I think I'm further than 184 connections in. I think I'm a fair bit further. I'm going to try and up this puzzle doing tempo now, because I'm still trying to get done here in 18 minutes. I'm trying to meet my time. I'm trying to do it, guys. I see this. That's good. There, that one went there, actually. I always thought that was part of the close in some separate way. But no. And these two kind of go together. And we just have some more red. Still so much red, yo. And still so much of this. I think I'm gonna have to grind that out. Fiend, why are you fighting with Jake? I think, have you guys ever seen Adventure Time? There's this song that BMO sings. Fiend, why are you Fighting with Jake. I can't remember really how it goes beyond that, but it's a really nice song. Great sentiment there from BMO. You know, that's been a nickname of mine, is BMO, which came from a good friend of mine. And I don't know. I like that name, BMO. Fighting your friends will make you sadder. That's true. How soft can you be? Agree with BMO. That's how soft. Then were you fighting with Jake? Romance after Hannah, but fighting your friends will make you sadder. Thank you, Lord. Ah, I was not putting those two together. Not putting 2 and 2 together on that one. Guess we got a still fair bit of play here on this wizard sock puppet guy. Oh, I see there's beef. Keep the crown. Game of Thrones. We have a Game of Thrones situation happening in the chat, my dear friends. If I'm going to want to kill this thing in the next 13 minutes now, I'm going to have to start picking and popping. And I ain't talking noses and zits. I'm talking pieces, boy. Thank you, Lord. I also got to start appreciating every piece. Thanking the Lord for providing, which He most certainly does. Okay, that explains that. And that explains that, actually. Okay. I'm really pushing here, because I really want to get this thing done in the amount of time that I thought I could get it done in, which is another 12 minutes now. Can we kill this thing in 12 minutes? Oh yeah, I think we definitely can. But we gotta be quick. We don't want to waste time. Don't want to be the fool. Aha. There's that. Ah, and there's that. Let's just go up in here somewhere. I don't like to just guess and check, but sometimes you gotta grind it out till you find it out. Okay, also got a little bit of glare, and that's just a part of puzzle doing that you really can't avoid. Like, yes, you get it when you do it with your granny, and you get it when you do it on a professional puzzle doing setup like this, the highest end of setups, which makes all other setups look like crumbs, look like chumps compared to this setup, this puzzle doing setup. So epic, so cool, so fresh, so clean. Oh, okay, boom. Not totally sure where this goes. My guess is somewhere right in here. That does appear to go. We're cruising now, folks. We are cruising now. 9 minutes. Can we do it in 9? Let's go, let's go, let's go. At this point, if you even have an inkling of a thought that it might go in a certain spot, then you pop it in there. If it's even a possibility, then boy, you pop it. You don't even talk. You pop. No talking. Less talking, mo popping. Am I right? Yes, 9 minutes. We're okay. And we're looking and we're finding and we're piecing it apart. Putting it together, it's a work of art. And nothing's gonna stop us now. Okay, a little piece of some yellow. Okay, little piece of some blue. Little piece of some red. The only thing is I wasn't looking for a little piece. I don't know where a little piece of some red would go. As I've said, red is just gonna be the death of me. Okay. Some weird pieces over here. That goes there. Okay. Okay. Think we can do it. I think we can do it. If there are missing pieces, we can dox the Humane Society thrift shop from which I got this puzzle. And that'll teach them a lesson to not do this again. Just kidding. Okay. Come on, come on. Keep on moving and come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Keep it moving and come on, come on, Keep it moving and come on, come on, come on. Five minutes. 5 minutes, people, till showtime. When I get out the 10,000 piece puzzle, that's when the real show begins. The warm-up is almost complete. Okay. Keep it moving, don't stop it. It is a really embarrassing thing if you are almost there and you stop. That is like the worst. That's what you really don't want. Really don't want to do that. I don't think I'm... Wait a sec. Oh, my pieces haven't been... Oh. Alright, well, let me just do this one. Because, yeah, we're almost there now. Shoot, I must have clicked out. I gotta be watching that. We were talking about, some friends and I, like an auto sensor somehow. I think that could be really cool, really useful for a situation like this. So I wouldn't have to keep, going back. Where are we at? Got a few more minutes. I think we got it. All right, folks. Sorry for having to do this, but hey, at least you get to watch the bar fill up all these cool different colors, right? Alrighty. 1 and 2. And a final CPM of around 1.27. Of course, I just blasted it right there, but I think the math should still work out. Whew. Well, that was fun. And no missing pieces. I want to especially thank and shout out once more Reed Lahuru 7466. He is still the king from what it looks like to me. Also shout out King Evrod for being number 2, but number 1 in terms of the first comment. We had a lot of fun today, didn't we? About 4-hour stream today. Coming up on it, 6 times 4 is 240. And if you want this puzzle, I'm going to sign it here. All you have to do is comment on my most recent post on X, Twitter, and say, all you got to do is say, let's see, what color should I go? I was saying like there's no green, purple, or orange, but I also don't really have those colors. Let's do cyan, because we're introducing this cyan. Let me think about this. There. See that? Like the power bar there. Will yeah, the Humane Society is safe for now. They can show up to work tomorrow. That's true. Alright. Well, yeah, let me make sure this thing's working. See, I don't use these markers super often. There we go. Hit this one. And today is the 27th. And just like that, we finished her off. You and me together completed this thing. And I had a blast. Yeah, and again, if you want this, sorry, I didn't even say the thing you're supposed to comment. If you want this puzzle fully signed, this exact puzzle, I'll send it to you for free. I'll send it to you for free. If you comment, how about what did we talk about? What were some memes we were getting into today? You know what? I'm just gonna say SpongeBob SquarePants rules. That's what you have to comment. Or how about SpongeBob SquarePants rocks? Or you know what? Let's even take it more specific. Any of those are fine. But if you comment Goofy Goober Rock on my most recent post on X by 8 p.m. tomorrow, I'll pick one at random. And yeah, whoever wins, I'll DM them and they can be the recipient of this completed and now signed puzzle, which is kind of cool if you think about it. So yeah, thanks. Oh, sock topology. If you want to comment that works too. Yeah, that was definitely solid. Yeah. So now what is it that we know? We know that a sock is either, depending on the thread count, a type N. I don't remember what it was. Sphere. I think it's a type N3 sphere or something like that. Or it could be a knot of like a genome, or no, that's not the word. Like, it was like a type N sphere or something. Sock topology. What an interesting thing. Well, yeah, you know, when God rested on the seventh day, he looked back over his work. Like, that was what he did. So that's what I'm going to do here for a second. I was trying to decide if I wanted to see a movie. I try to go to bed fairly early, man. I mean, maybe I'll still watch one. Well, oh, that's a wagon, I see. That's cool. Or a little toy car thing that you sit on. Well, this one was fun. Lots of interesting little details and things and stuff going on here. Let me bring it more into the open there. That was another good puzzle in the books. Each week, I guess, our setup upgrades here, and oh, I should probably because yeah, we finished a few minutes ago, so that would have been cool to have, but oh well. So yeah, it was good today. We hung out. Glad to do it with y'all. I love y'all. Man, I'm excited to go. Again, if you want to win this puzzle, comment on my most recent post on X with sock topology, Goofy Goober, or whatever else you want. And I'll pick one of those top comments that references this video, and you can have this thing for free. Thanks for tuning in today. I love you. I pray that all goes well with you and your family, and that peace stays with you, because peace is a beautiful thing. It's like joy, but a more calm kind. So that's great. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. Stay, keep doing puzzles. Life is like a puzzle. Keep conquering life. Keep going. That's what I'll say. You keep going. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. Keep going toward the Lord Jesus Christ. He is the ultimate end. And love is the ultimate end.